not only for regional security, but also to ensure humanitarian access. Second, the Republic of Korea unequivocally demand that the Houthis release all the remaining survivors from the MV Eternity Sea. Last month, the Houthis released a propaganda video showing 10 survivors of the Eternity Sea attack, claiming they had been rescued and transferred to a safe place. This narrative obscures the fact that the so-called rescue would never have occurred in the first place without the Houthi attack, which led to the death of 4 crew members from the same vessel. This is simply irrational and deeply disingenuous. We also reiterate our principled call for the Houthis to immediately and unconditional release of all arbitrarily detained UN, NGOs, civil society, and diplomatic personnel. Third, we are alarmed by the unprecedented food insecurity and worsening humanitarian situation for internally displaced persons. The IPC Acute Food Insecurity Analysis recently warned that nearly half of southern Yemen's population in government-controlled areas, almost 5 million people, are now experiencing high levels of acute food insecurity. And over 18 million people are projected to face crisis-level hunger, the worst since 2022, while 4.7 million IDPs endure harsh conditions with limited access to basic services, leaving the vulnerable most at risk. The international community must scale up humanitarian support to prevent further tragedies. To this end, the Republic of Korea remains committed to easing sufferings of the Yemeni people. This year, we are providing 23,000 metric tons of rice through WFP to help alleviate nutritional deficiencies among refugees and internally displaced communities. Lastly, Mr. President, my delegation hopes that the consistent diplomatic efforts by the Special Envoy and the international community will bring the derailed political roadmap back on track. To do so, all parties, especially the Houthis, must prioritize the peace, well-being, prosperity, and inclusive future of the Yemeni people. Korea reaffirms its commitment to a Yemeni-led, Yemeni-owned, inclusive political process that can help usher in this brighter, sustainable future for all. I thank you, Mr. President.
Damos las gracias.
I thank the Republic of Korea, and now I give the floor to Guyana.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the A3+, namely Algeria, Sierra Leone, Somalia, and my own country, Guyana. We appreciate the valuable updates provided by Special Envoy Hans Grunberg and Mr. Rajasingham on the situation in Yemen, and welcome the participation of the Permanent Representative of Yemen in today's meeting. We also take this opportunity to extend our heartfelt condolences to the families who lost loved ones in the boat tragedy that occurred on 3rd August 2025 off the coast of Yemen. Mr. President, the Council meets today as Yemen faces a deepening crisis aggravated by political deadlock, worsening economic and humanitarian conditions, and retaliatory strikes between Israel and the Houthis. The A3+ shares the briefer's concern about the impact of escalatory actions in Yemen and the broader region on the mediation space in Yemen. We urge all parties to de-escalate tensions and exercise restraint. We also called for sustained momentum towards achieving a Yemeni-owned, Yemeni-led political resolution through an inclusive peace process under UN auspices and with the active participation of all stakeholders, including women and youth. We underscore that any further delay in resuming comprehensive political dialogue will only deepen divisions and prolong the suffering of the Yemeni people. It is therefore essential that confidence-building measures, including the reopening of roads, airports, and ports, be prioritized to foster trust between the parties and facilitate humanitarian and economic activity. We commend the UN Special Envoy and regional partners, especially Saudi Arabia and Oman, for their ongoing efforts and encourage the parties in Yemen to continue working toward breaking the deadlock and achieving lasting peace. We also reiterate our appeal for an immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, recognizing that the ongoing war has negatively impacted peace efforts in Yemen. We are confident that a permanent ceasefire in Gaza will help to de-escalate tensions in the region and promote conditions favorable to sustainable and lasting peace. Additionally, while we note that there were no new incidents in the past month in the Red Sea, the A3+ expresses deep concern over the uncertainty of the situation. We therefore urge the Houthis to release the from the Greek-operated cargo ship Eternity Sea, which they attacked and sank in the Red Sea last month. Mr. President, turning to the deepening humanitarian crisis in Yemen, the A3+ remains deeply concerned about the impediments to humanitarian access and the impact of reduced funding on humanitarian operations. With food security projected to worsen in the coming months, we renew our call for the international community to urgently increase support for the humanitarian response and contribute more to the 2025 Humanitarian Response Plan. We are alarmed to hear that the funding crisis is hindering the delivery of critical life-saving assistance, including health and protection services, at a time when over 19 million people in Yemen still need humanitarian assistance and protection services. We also stress the imperative for humanitarians to be able to operate with safety and unimpeded access to deliver aid to those in need, and demand that the Houthis immediately and unconditionally release all aid workers and staff of UN agencies, NGOs, civil society organizations, and diplomatic missions being arbitrarily detained in Yemen. We further call upon all actors with influence to use their leverage to secure the safe release of these individuals without delay. The targeting, harassment, or detention of humanitarian workers not only violates international humanitarian law, but also undermines the neutrality and effectiveness of humanitarian operations, placing millions of lives at risk. Mr. President, while the need for increased humanitarian aid to Yemen is urgent, it is important to recognize that such assistance alone cannot resolve the country's multifaceted crisis. We therefore also emphasize the importance of implementing sustainable economic recovery mechanisms to promote long-term stability in the country. In this regard, we have taken positive note of the Yemen Food Security Response and Resilience Project being implemented by the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, to improve agricultural production infrastructure and build climate resilience. We also echo the calls made by the government of Yemen for assistance to resume oil and gas exports as a crucial step towards achieving stability and economic recovery in Yemen. Finally, Mr. President, the A3+ reiterates its firm support and commitment to the unity, sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Yemen. We continue to stand in solidarity with the Yemeni people in their quest for peace, security, and dignity, and urge the international community to prioritize Yemen and to provide adequate funding to sustain aid operations and recovery efforts in the country. I thank you.
Le damos las gracias.
I thank the representative of Guyana, and now I give the floor to the Republic of France. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the Special Envoy of the Secretary-General, Mr. Hans Grunberg, and Mr. Ramesh Rajasingham, Director from OCHA, for their briefings, and I also welcome the representative of Yemen to the meeting. Mr. President, France once again condemns the unjustifiable attacks and provocations by the Houthis. Their attacks in the Red Sea must stop, as must those that continue to target the territory of Israel. This Council must be able to condemn them without ambiguity. The threats posed by the Houthis to maritime traffic are an unacceptable impediment to freedom of navigation. France reaffirms its commitment to freedom of navigation in the Red Sea as everywhere else in the world. We will continue our engagement within the framework of the EU's defensive operation of the Common Security and Defence Policy, ASPIDES, in order to protect maritime safety and freedom of navigation in accordance with international law and in coordination with our partners. States providing weapons to the Houthis, notably Iran, must cease to do so. The arms embargo must be respected. Mr. President, France deplores the unacceptable suffering inflicted on the civilian population. The risk of famine is particularly alarming. The most vulnerable, starting with children and displaced persons, are highly exposed. Girls suffer both the direct as well as the indirect consequences of food shortages. It's not acceptable that forced marriage often serves the purpose to enable their families to obtain money needed to purchase food. This is just unacceptable. The Houthis bear a predominant responsibility for the worsening of the humanitarian situation. We demand that they lift all obstacles to humanitarian access and that they unconditionally release humanitarian and United Nations personnel, as well as representatives of Yemeni civil society and diplomatic missions who are still being held. This Council must call on all parties to ensure the protection of civilian infrastructure in accordance with their obligations under international humanitarian law. Mr. President, ending the conflict in Yemen requires an inclusive political solution resulting from an inter-Yemeni political process under the United Nations auspices. France reiterates its full support for the mediation efforts of the Special Envoy in this regard. This political process must enable the participation of Yemeni women and youth. Finally, France reaffirms once again its commitment to the unity and stability of Yemen, to the territorial integrity of Yemen, and to regional security. Thank you.
Le damos las gracias.
I thank the delegation of France, and I now give the floor to China.
Your Excellency, Foreign Minister Martinez Acha, I welcome your presence at the Council to preside over today's meeting and thank Special Envoy Grunberg and OCHA Director Rajasingham for their briefings. I also welcome the participation of the representative of Yemen at this meeting. President, Yemen is now in the grips of a persistent political impasse, a fragile security situation and a grim humanitarian crisis. With Israel and the Houthis trading attacks, the Red Sea situation remains tense. The international community should come together to make a concerted effort towards, as early as possible, a political settlement of the Yemeni issue and a return to peace and stability in the Red Sea. I wish to make 3 points. First, the security of the Red Sea shipping lanes must be maintained. Last month, the Houthis attacked 2 cargo ships, causing casualties, which China finds deeply concerning. We call on the Houthis to respect the rights of commercial vessels, regardless of the country they are from, to sail in the Red Sea in accordance with international law and to stop harassing or attacking them. The shipping lanes in the Red Sea must be kept safe and secure, civilians, including seafarers, protected, and Yemen's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity also respected. Second, active efforts are needed to move the peace process forward. The Yemeni issue can be resolved only through political means, and the truly viable way to achieve that is through dialogue and negotiation. China calls on the two parties to the conflict to resume engagement, move in the same direction, demonstrate the greatest sincerity in resolving their differences, build the greatest possible consensus for reconciliation, and make the greatest effort to restore peace. China supports the work of Special Envoy Grundberg in this regard. Third, the humanitarian crisis must be eased as soon as possible. Yemen is experiencing one of the worst food crises in the world. With nearly half of its population facing acute food insecurity and about 4.8 million people displaced, life is particularly hard for vulnerable groups, including women and children. The international community must ramp up humanitarian assistance to Yemen, support the country's economic development and efforts to improve its livelihood, and help the Yemeni people tide over these hard times. The safety of UN personnel and humanitarian workers must be guaranteed. President, what is happening in Yemen and the Red Sea is closely linked to the overall situation in the Middle East. 2 days ago, the Security Council met in an emergency session in the chamber on the situation in Gaza. The message from that meeting was clear and unequivocal, to wit, that the vast majority of Council members opposed Israel's plan to take over Gaza, opposed Israel's continued military operations in Gaza, and opposed Israel's weaponization of humanitarian aid. The international community must take all actions necessary to bring the fighting in Gaza to an end without delay, mitigate the impact of the humanitarian catastrophe, and de-escalate the overall situation in the Middle East. Thank you, President.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the delegation of China, and I now give the floor to the delegation of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. We warmly welcome your presence and your presiding over today's meeting. Yemen continues to face one of the world's serious humanitarian and political crises. Millions endure hunger, disease, and economic collapse. The political process is stalled, and security situation remains deeply troubling. This cannot be allowed to persist. The people of Yemen deserve a future of peace, dignity, and security, not perpetual conflict. A special envoy Hans Grundberg and Director OCHA, Raja Singham, for their briefings, and appreciate the continued UN efforts and engagement in the political and humanitarian areas, including the recent technical meetings in Amman under the Military Coordination Committee. Yet, the implementation of the December 2023 roadmap, which we believe is a viable framework for peace, has been painfully slow. There is an urgent need to break the current stalemate through renewed political will and concrete steps towards an inclusive peace process and political settlement. The humanitarian needs are staggering. 19.5 million people require assistance. Severe food insecurity affects millions, and preventable remain widespread. It is essential to ensure predictable and sustained humanitarian funding to meet these needs. Mr. President, Yemen's economic situation remains dire, which has been further compounded by unilateral monetary measures that risk fragmenting the financial system and undermining the 23rd July 2024 understanding on economic de-escalation. It requires urgent, coordinated action to stabilize the economy and deliver immediate relief. Mr. President, Pakistan condemns the recent attacks on commercial shippings, detentions of seafarers, including loss of civilian lives, as well as strikes on civilian infrastructure. Such actions not only exacerbate Yemen's fragility, but also threaten regional peace and stability. Pakistan calls for de-escalation, dialogue, and diplomacy to safeguard peace across the Middle East. We reiterate our strong condemnation of the continued arbitrary detention of UN personnel, humanitarian workers, and diplomatic staff by Houthis and demand their immediate and unconditional release. In closing, Pakistan reaffirms its support for the UN-led peace process in close coordination with regional countries, and it stands ready to work with all Council members to advance alleviate human suffering, and help Yemen move towards lasting peace. I thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas
I thank the delegation of Pakistan, and now I give the floor to the delegation of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, Foreign Minister Javier Martinez Acha. Thank you also, Special Envoy Grunberg and Director Raja Singham for your briefings. I would also the Republic of Yemen at this briefing. Last month, the United States condemned the Houthis' unprovoked terror attacks in the Red Sea against two civilian cargo vessels, the Magic Seas and Eternity Sea. The latter attack resulted in the tragic loss of at least 4 mariners, many others injured, and the complete loss of both ships. After hampering rescue efforts, the Houthis then kidnapped and continue to detain at least 11 crew members of the Eternity Sea, adding to the numbers they have unjustifiably detained. We call for the kidnapped crew members' immediate and unconditional release, just as we continue to call for the release of all UN, NGO, and diplomatic staff held for over a year. The attacks on commercial vessels are a clear demonstration of the Houthis' destabilizing presence in the region and interference with freedom of navigation. They also demonstrate Houthi responsibility for severe economic, environmental, and security threats against the people of Yemen and the region. In the wake of these unjustified attacks, the Houthis amplified their threats against commercial maritime traffic through the Red Sea and issued specific threats against ships that dock at Israeli ports. As recently as August 8th, the Houthis fired a missile at Israel, targeting Ben Gurion Airport. We stand with Israel in its right to self-defense against the Houthis. Iran's defiance of this Council's resolutions enables the Houthis to escalate regional tensions. Iran's continued support for the Houthis also poses a threat to the people of Yemen and to freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. In that regard, the United States commends Yemeni government-aligned forces for their July seizure of at least 750 tons of Iranian weapons bound for the Houthis. We urge the UN Secretariat to facilitate an inspection of that seizure by the Yemen panel of experts as soon as possible. Houthi actions also threaten the well-being of the people of Yemen. Houthi attacks on commercial shipping advance their own interests with little regard for how they impact the region or the Yemeni people. The attacks have made it more difficult to get basic goods and humanitarian assistance to Yemen and other countries in the region. The Houthis have also conducted shakedowns of importers of basic goods, and they've raided warehouses of humanitarian organizations, threatening to take over their assets if they do not cooperate with the Houthis' criminal enterprises. They continue to arrest and detain Yemeni people, including UN and diplomatic staff, in their effort to silence dissent at home and consolidate control through fear and intimidation. Their corrupt practices and issuance of counterfeit currency undermine the legitimate currency of Yemen and the overall economy. Last month, this Council reauthorized the UN mission to support the Hudaydah Agreement through January 28, 2026. The United States looks forward to the Secretary General's review due before November 28th. We fully expect that the review will focus on delivering efficiencies across UN presences in Yemen. I reiterate the United States' view that UNMISS will be sunset. The Secretary General's review provides an opportunity for the Secretariat to consider how to reconfigure its operations on the ground. This should be done with an eye toward the UN's imperative to streamline operations and optimize resource allocation. The Secretary General's review needs to recognize that UNMIHA's time has passed. The United States has overwhelmingly borne the cost of defending freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. So once again, we urge financial support for the UN verification and inspection mechanism. The fact that the Houthis asked the UN Secretary General to abolish UNVIM points to its effectiveness in preventing illicit shipments of weapons to the Houthis. This is particularly true since UNVIM improved the effectiveness of its operations through physical inspection of 100% of containerized cargo. I thank you, Mr. President.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the delegation of the United States. I now give the floor to the delegation of Denmark.
Thank you, Minister. We also welcome your presence at this meeting today. At the outset, I thank Special Envoy Grunberg and Director Rajasingham for their briefings. I also welcome the representative of Yemen at this meeting. The latest period in the region has continued down a volatile path. Yemen, regrettably, has not been spared. The Houthis' continued escalation threatens to drag it even further into the abyss. 3 points today. First, Denmark strongly condemns the Houthis' continued attacks in the Red Sea, as well as their threats of further escalation. These attacks endanger not only regional and international security, but also international trade, innocent seafarers, and the marine environment. Recent videos of forced confessions by the crew members of the Eternity Sea who remain detained by the Houthis are completely unacceptable. All detained crew members must be immediately and unconditionally released and allowed to return home. At the same time, the Houthis continue their missile and drone attacks against Israel. We condemn these attacks and reiterate our call on all member states, in particular Iran, to respect the arms embargo on the Houthis. Furthermore, we recall all parties' obligation to respect international humanitarian law to protect civilian infrastructure, civilians, and UN personnel. Second, Mr. President, on the political situation. Despite Special Envoy Grunberg's extensive efforts towards a resumption of the political process, progress regrettably remains limited. We regret that the Houthis have been escalating the economic conflict by printing new banknotes in violation of the economic understanding of the 23rd of July of last year. Neither party nor the civilian Yemeni population will benefit from a new economic conflict that risks jeopardizing the stability of an already fragile economy. We call on the parties to demonstrate a sincere commitment to peace, to release the remaining conflict-related detainees, and to refrain from further escalatory moves. Mr. President, my third point. The humanitarian situation in Yemen continues to grow more dire. As we have heard today, food insecurity is rampant. For many Yemenis, daily life is becoming unbearable. Even as temperatures soar, some must endure up to 20 hours a day without electricity. Living conditions are deteriorating and protests in government-controlled areas are mounting as a result. Political and financial reform are prerequisites for improving this situation. The government of Yemen must speed up efforts to implement these reforms to ensure effective governance and to reinforce the unity of the Presidential Leadership Council. more must be done to meet the rising humanitarian needs, in particular for the most vulnerable. Denmark will continue to play our part, having donated more than $215 million in humanitarian response since the beginning of the conflict. Finally, we reiterate our call on the Houthis to immediately and unconditionally release all detained humanitarian workers. In conclusion, Mr. President, the path forward is clear: an immediate cessation of hostilities, a genuine commitment to political dialogue, and a concerted effort to address the humanitarian catastrophe. Denmark remains steadfast in its support for the Yemeni people and will continue to work with this Council to seek a peaceful resolution. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the delegation of Denmark, and I now give the floor to the delegation of Greece.
Mr. Minister, and we welcome your presence in this meeting today. I also thank Special Envoy Grunberg and Director Rajasingham for their briefings, and I welcome the participation of the Permanent Representative of Yemen. Mr. President, regional tensions are increasingly escalating and further threaten the security situation on the ground within and around Yemen. The danger of the resumption of hostilities should not be underestimated, as Special Envoy Grunberg has already flagged. I wish to highlight the following points. First, Greece firmly condemns recent Houthi attacks against commercial shipping in the Red Sea, as well as attacks against Israel. Violence targeting seafarers and shipping blatantly violate international law and must cease immediately. As a leading maritime nation, Greece is directly affected by maritime security threats. In early July, the Greek-owned vessels Magic Seas and Eternity Sea were subjected to an unprovoked and unjustified attack. An attack that led to the loss of 4 seafarers, the sinking of both vessels, while at least 10 members of the crew were taken hostage. We demand the immediate release of the detained crew members. Greece emphasizes once again the importance of freedom of navigation and maritime security in the Red Sea, the Gulf of Aden, and the Bab el-Mandab Strait. We stress the need to reinforce UNVIM's capacity to uphold the arms embargo, and we commend the Yemeni government's recent successful arms seizures. We also emphasize the continued importance of the EU naval operation Aspides, of which Greece is a principal member and contributor, and whose defensive mandate is pivotal for safeguarding international shipping in the region. In the same spirit, we also call on all member states to respect and fully implement the targeted arms embargo and prevent any illicit transfers of advanced weaponry and training to the Houthis, consistent with the Council's Resolution 2216 and 2624. We also urge the prompt appointment of the 5th member of the 2140 Committee's panel of experts. Second, full respect for international law, including international humanitarian and human rights law, is paramount. Attacks on civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially affecting women, children, and the elderly, are prohibited and cannot be justified. Greece reiterates its call for the immediate and unconditional release of all arbitrarily detained diplomatic staff, UN and NGO personnel, and humanitarian workers by the Houthis. Third, the humanitarian situation in Yemen remains dire, as we have heard today. Acute food insecurity, lack of clean water, and the spread of disease continue to affect large parts of the population, particularly the most vulnerable. The UN Humanitarian Response Plan for Yemen must receive urgent support. Moreover, on migration, we deplore the tragic loss of life from the recent shipwreck off Yemen's coast involving migrants. We urge the Yemeni authorities to strengthen efforts with regional partners against irregular migration in Yemeni waters. Finally, Greece calls on all Yemeni parties to work together towards a sustainable, permanent ceasefire and a credible, inclusive, Yemeni-led peace process under UN auspices with a meaningful participation of women and youth. We reaffirm our full support for the Special Envoy's efforts to reinvigorate the political process in Yemen with a view to reach a sustainable and permanent ceasefire towards a final peace settlement. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to the delegation of Greece, and I now give the floor to Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, and welcome to the Council. Mr. President, I deliver this statement on behalf of the delegations of Guyana and Slovenia in our capacity as informal co-focal points on conflict and hunger in the Security Council. We would like to thank today's briefers for their important remarks on the situation in Yemen. Colleagues, Yemen now stands as the fourth most food insecure country globally. The scale and severity of the crisis are staggering. The Yemeni people continue to bear the brunt of one of the world's most protracted and complex security and humanitarian emergencies. We are deeply alarmed by the sharp deterioration of the humanitarian situation, particularly the dramatic rise in food insecurity. According to the June IPC report, nearly 17.1 million people, half of the country's population, are facing acute food insecurity. Over 5.1 million are now in IPC Phase 4, labeled as emergency. There are pockets of the population projected to face famine by next month. Chronic malnutrition affects more than half of all children under 5. The total number of people in need of humanitarian assistance has now reached 19.5 million, an increase of 1.3 million compared to last year. These figures are more than statistics. They reflect civilian lives in danger, children growing up hungry, and whole communities pushed to the edge of survival. Today, we want to deliver the following messages. Firstly, the crisis is neither new nor inevitable. It is shaped by a convergence of long-standing and escalating drivers. More than a decade of protracted conflict, macroeconomic collapse, port and access constraints, reduced food assistance, and recurrent natural disasters. Insecurity in the Red Sea following Houthis attacks disrupted key trade routes, while airstrikes on the Hodeidah port, which receives up to 80% of food imports into Yemen, have placed additional strain on Yemen's already fragile, import-dependent food system. With up to 90% of its food supply sourced from abroad, Yemen is among the most vulnerable countries to global disruptions in food supply chains. Secondly, funding challenges are reshaping humanitarian operations in Yemen. At a time of rising needs, funding shortfalls are forcing agencies in Yemen to scale back food assistance, leaving millions already weakened by years of war, exposed to hunger and disease. In this context, new approaches are essential. Investing in agriculture, a sector that nearly 70% of Yemenis rely on, is a life-saving measure. It not only tackles food insecurity and malnutrition, but also builds resilience and supports long-term stability. Support to smallholder farmers and fishing communities helps people produce their own food and sustain livelihoods. In Yemen, timely agricultural assistance is critical to mitigate recurring shocks and prevent deeper crises. And finally, humanitarian workers must be able to reach those in need and feed the hungry in a safe and secure operating space. Slovenia and Guyana commend the extraordinary efforts of aid workers from the World Food Programme, UNICEF, FAO, and non-governmental organizations who risk their lives each day to deliver assistance. But their work is increasingly under threat. We are deeply alarmed by the unacceptable detention of UN and humanitarian personnel, both Yemeni and international, by the Houthis in 2023, 2024, and 2025. These actions are a grave violation of international humanitarian law and serve only to deepen the suffering of civilians. Slovenia and Guyana strongly condemn these detentions and call for their immediate release. The tragic death of a World Food Programme staff member in detention earlier this year underscores the urgency of protecting humanitarian personnel and ensuring accountability. The continued suspension of some of the food shipments since February, following the seizure of 8 stocks in Sada, is yet another deeply concerning example of how access constraints directly endanger civilian lives. We call on all parties to uphold their obligations under international humanitarian law and to guarantee safe, sustained, and unhindered humanitarian access throughout Yemen. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the delegation of Slovenia. I now give the floor to the delegation of Yemen.
Bienvenido.
Welcome.
أتقدم إليكم.
Thank you, Mr. President, Your Excellency, Mr. Minister. I once again would like to express to you and your friendly country, Panama, express to you our congratulations on your presidency of the Security Council this month. And I wish you success in your endeavors. I would like to thank your predecessor, the delegation of Pakistan, and congratulate them on their successful presidency of the Council last month. I thank Mr. Grunberg and Raja Singham for their briefings. Mr. President, Yemen today is at the threshold of a difficult era after 11 years of a war waged by the terrorist Houthi militias against the country, the state and its constitutional bodies. A war that has destroyed the hopes and aspirations of a people that aspire for security and stability and dignity, justice and equality. A people that strive to build a civil state befitting of the Special Leadership Council and the Yemeni government are exerting efforts to push forth the peace process and to positively deal with international and regional efforts and with the United Nations efforts through its Special Envoy in Yemen to put an end to this conflict. However, the Houthi militias continue to obstruct all of these efforts and undermine any chances for peace. They aim to prolong the conflict and deepen the vicious cycle of violence. They aim to drown Yemen in an unprecedented economic and humanitarian crisis and further shake security and stability in Yemen and the region. Mr. President, my country's government addressed this council last month on the flagrant interference by the Iranian regime in the Yemeni affairs and their blatant and repeated violations of the United Nations Charter, international law, and relevant Security Council resolutions. This includes systemic violations of the sanctions regime created by Security Council resolutions 2140 and 2216. Moreover, the Yemeni regime continues to smuggle weapons to the Houthi militias and offer military and financial support as well as technical support. Recently, many shipments of weapons, devices, material, and drones have been seized in Yemeni territorial waters and ports that were headed for the Houthi militias, and this confirms that the financing and arming of these militias continues. This poses a dangerous threat to security in Yemen and to international and regional security. This also clearly indicates the extent of direct Iranian interference in Yemeni affairs. The Iranian regime is further investing in the Houthi militias within its expansionist scheme and in an effort to implement its agenda to undermine international and regional security and stability, to prolong the conflict in Yemen, and to obstruct any chance of arriving at a comprehensive political settlement. Moreover, this aims to exacerbate the suffering of the Yemeni people and transform Yemeni lands and waters into a platform that threatens international navigation and undermines international and regional peace and security. The Yemeni government once again calls upon the international community and this esteemed council to shoulder their responsibility and to guarantee the implementation of the relevant resolutions on Yemen, namely Resolutions 2216 and 2140. We call upon you to take effective measures to deter the blatant interference by the Yemeni regime in Yemeni affairs and to halt the smuggling of weapons to the Houthi militias. Mr. President, the government of Yemen, and with the support of the Presidential Leadership Council, is conducting financial and economic and administrative and institutional reforms despite the complications of the current stage and the Houthi militias' aggressive use of the economy as a tool of war to further deepen the humanitarian suffering of the Yemenis. Moreover, we are working on implementing many priority actions in the economic and services sectors, at the forefront of which is our effort to stabilize the national currency and improve local revenue and address any shortcomings in vital sectors. We also aim to protect the most vulnerable in society. We have taken a group of financial and fiscal measures to implement the decisions taken by the Presidential Leadership Council. We note the positive changes in the exchange rate of the national currency. This is the direct result of the integrated financial and fiscal policies adopted by the government in the recent period. The government is working to ensure that the improved exchange rate would be reflected on the prices of goods and basic services and would reflect positively on the living situation of citizens. The Yemeni government calls on friendly countries and organizations and funds to support our effort in these exceptional circumstances so that we can confront the economic and services challenges and achieve financial and institutional stability. The current stage requires urgent support so that we can lock down these gains and guarantee the continued recovery of our economy. This support is considered an important pillar so that we can overcome the accumulating crises multiplied by the terrorist Houthi attacks that targeted ports for exporting oil, which has led to a complete halt in exports, and this in turn has led to a 70% loss in public revenue. We highly value the positions of our brethren in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates who have stood by the Yemeni people and government and who have provided continuous interventions in economic and humanitarian affairs, which Mr. President, in a dangerous escalation that is within the context of the systemic economic war waged by the Houthi militias against the Yemeni people and their national economy, these militias last month have announced the issuance of counterfeit coins and paper bills and imposed the circulation in areas under its control. This has destroyed what chances remain to end the financial division and have torpedoed the agreement that was reached by the Special Envoy to Yemen on the 23rd of July last year, 2024, with regional and international sponsorship that had aimed to avoid further collapse. The Yemeni government and the Yemeni Central Bank have committed to fulfilling that agreement in full. In return, the Houthi militias have disregarded this agreement, especially those pertaining to cancelling unilateral economic measures and de-escalation. And this is part of the Houthi militias' continuous attempt to plunder the savings of civilians and to fund their shady networks with huge sums of money with no legal or fiscal cover. And this is not simply a passing measure. Rather, this is a targeted behavior that aims to destroy what remains of the livelihood of the country and its national and food security. This war has pushed millions of Yemenis to live under the line of poverty and to live in food insecurity. It has displaced more than 4.5 million Yemenis who now live in IDP camps, which have harsh living conditions. And in addition to the challenges related to climate change, and this comes in addition to the challenges related to climate change. All of these intersecting crises happen in light of a sharp decline in funding for humanitarian operations, while needs are only increasing. We value the efforts that are exerted to alleviate humanitarian suffering in Yemen, but we call upon the international community and the United Nations to bolster the humanitarian response and to close the existing funding gap. And here we look forward to the International Conference on Food Security in Yemen, which will be conducted under the auspices of the GCC Secretariat in October. This international conference is an important stop to enhance cooperation with regional and economic partners and to put a roadmap to confront the challenges of food security in Yemen. In closing, the Yemen Presidential Leadership Council and the government of Yemen would like to renew their commitment to peace and to all efforts exerted internationally and regionally and by the Special Envoy to Yemen in order to establish a just and comprehensive peace in Yemen based on the principles of the agreed upon settlement, including Resolution 2216. We are keen on developing our strategic partnership with the international community to guarantee peace and security and stability in Yemen, to confront the challenges and to confront terrorism in international maritime navigation waterways and global trade. I thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias.
I thank the delegation of Yemen. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. I now invite Council members to informal consultations to continue our discussion on the subject. The meeting is adjourned.
yesterday. And I got here today, and I was like, all right, I know I kind of want to be at this angle. But I knew when I set up that the sun was going to hit me. I knew it was going to happen. And now that it's here, I regret it. Should have moved earlier. Well, it'll be over there. Yeah, hopefully in a little bit. It's more of just like I've been kind of shifting my chair, just kind of the new spot each time. Yeah. Ready for summer to be over. You want a seat or anything? No. Holler at me if you need it. I don't even think they're giving me a correspondence, so. Yeah, but Lord knows I need it.
I don't think so, because we're done up to noon. Yeah, we're breaking down up to noon. So, what are you doing?
Just said I'd give you a break.
So you're not doing anything?
I'm not.
I would get the hell out of here.
Okay, are you sure?
Yeah.
You said you were getting screwed.
Brian said that?
No.
Harlan said that? I'm kicking it. What are you talking about?
No, like, you made it sound like you were staying later than.
Let me give a Harlan a call, because...
Yeah.
I mean,
Here, let me call him.
I'm in
Here.
this rocks. I don't get to be in the bureau. What else do I want?
Hey, Harlan, Nick has a question.
Do what?
Oh.
I don't know. Hey, Harlan.
You're going to ask how long
Hey,
it's been?
so, as of now, the doctor, correct me if I'm wrong here, but we're breaking down after 11 to go back to Natasha's going back to the bureau after the noon shot. Okay. Natasha, is that the info you have? Like, we're breaking down after the noon shot?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I told him I'm looking back to the bureau after 12.
Okay. That's fine. Well, yeah, a lot of the soldiers that have arrived have all been shot. So why don't your people talk to the people that make these types of decisions? I'm happy to stay out here. I'm kicking it, so no worries. Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. All right. It's all good. I just saw the correspondence drive away, but their lights are still up. Maybe they're just being watched. Say it again? Yeah, Natasha is relocating after the new shot. Alright, sweet. Okay, yeah, let's Who? Who am I checking in with? Looking for? Atlanta. Okay, very good. Alright, so noon shot. That's shit up right now. Check in. Call afterwards. He's bailing, and there's a big day for yeah, all the folks here. I think they all literally showed up to like 3 Secretary of the Army and glad hand, and then they're all bailing. For sure. All this is, yeah, fully specialized in. Alright. Word later. We're all good. Alright, later.
Oh, did he talk to me again?
I don't think so.
Okay, so you're just. You're good with me leaving today?
Oh yeah, I thought you were talking about Harlem.
No.
No, I'm right. Yeah, later. Get out of here. Hey, you're gonna do this, it'll be good. We can make decisions. Okay. Yeah, wouldn't that be? at the time?
Hey.
I think is it already up? Okay. Turn it up so y'all can hear. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Audio test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Can you got me loud and clear? All right. Everything was good on camera. Okay. All right.
Sometimes you get it, sometimes you miss it.
Yeah. All right.
Wish they dusted the glass. The glass is covered. Steve, how you feeling, man? You know what? I feel good. You're a mighty handsome man. I think I had you on.
Hey, is the for
Musician, are you on this camera? Are you on this one?
Peter.
Peter, sir?
Yeah.
Is he shooting that or that?
Both. You can ask him. My guess is
yeah, we're
he's
gonna
be
need it the standard for how we hook up the laptop.
He should be coming up. I think he was grabbing lunch. But you know, he would work with you.
I love Peter. We'll be fine. I just got. I feel like I kind of approach into his space thinking he was shooting.
I honestly think it's just when she walks in, and then it could be the.
He's going to be standing here. It's the problem. And if he's standing here, he's got to be able. He's going to swing from there to there.
Yeah. Do you need an Apple box? There's one here.
I've got one.
Oh, you got one.
I'm on something
I
now.
see.
Traveling Friday, June.
Yeah, there are. Oh yeah,
Where are you going to be? Well, Put our stool there, you know, when the theater doctor. Jeff, you got a second? You got a second person coming? We'll take your spot. You all right? Thank you. You can stand. Just stand.
Yeah.
That door's shut, you can't get out there. Hey, you guys are stuck. Come on, let's stop. Join us for the break. We'll start right here. This is my seat. Take this.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Hey, Josh Wayne, bro.
How are you, my friend?
Good.
Yeah, I'll take it away.
And the other guy wasn't good. Did you recognize him? I did, but I didn't remember his I think he's running a lot of. Yeah, we can. We need him up here. Okay. I'll take some questions. That's so funny. That's such a good guy.
And I was like, oh,
no, I'm just I've been waiting for
We just need to make sure that like goes through and
So this is always cool. I thought you always had to see. No photo of this position. Coming up? Yeah. These apparently got adjusted. Ours was where yours is. So I'm just gonna sit on it. There's no file manager that way. You can pull it. Give us an extra inch. You can make all the difference. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna hop down too. You go down. Maybe just slide over. Actually, no.
I don't.
Bring the national guard. Sit on the one behind. That's okay. Now you get a plan on shooting your towels. I mean,
But not, I mean, if they ask the question, what we're asking, one more question.
He's the pool, so he's got to get whatever
Yes. Hold that up and use it. Either one.
You're extra. Or we get there by I can hold it.
I'm extra too.
Yeah, you're extra. Yeah, you're extra. You were like,
I love it. Yesterday, when you should have stood back there, it was, yeah, I saw that. That was a good idea. It was unbelievably hot. I mean, 2 people almost passed out.
Yes,
I almost passed out.
you know, if we had had a ballroom, we wouldn't have this issue.
Y'all do what you have to do.
I just like pulled a little bit away, so it's not like it's right there, but I was
His first day.
It was so That's what I was on this tour. That's how I saw it.
Were you up on the hotel?
Oh yeah, I
No. It's on the
in the picture. It looks great. Just do that. You do that. Next one.
You'll do great. It's not much to miss. That's what they say. And as it is, I told them I added 2 more days to next.
You do those events
That setup was huge. We come down. Do customs tomorrow. More shifting. Yeah.
If it was like a long career, it's a big side.
Well, actually, yeah, he brought that up. It just was crazy.
Hey, Ed, there's a transmitter on the ground there. Yeah, little red button on the top. Boom, look at you.
Amazing how that works.
Yeah, okay. We were debating driving off. We had
So you're,
yeah.
Well, I think I was. No, it's not mine.
Not much has changed. Are you back? I mean, I was
Still on the lead.
I just decided to check it out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Come on, lady. It's supposed to start a minute ago. Alex is the first one. We can
Thank you. That's perfect.
See, I think there should be like 30. Now we can get started.
I know, sorry. I was like, oh, it's 2 minutes. Let's go.
Now we can get started.
Long time no see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Good to see all of you here again today. On Friday morning, President Trump will travel across the country to Anchorage, Alaska, for a bilateral meeting with Russian President Vladimir Putin. The brutal war between Russia and Ukraine broke out under Joe Biden's incompetent leadership, but President Trump is determined to try and end this war and stop the killing. As the president has said over and over again, his strong preference will always be for peace and partnership whenever those outcomes can possibly be achieved. There is no leader in the world right now who has been more committed to preventing wars or ending them than President Donald Trump. Just look at what took place here at the White House last Friday, when President Trump hosted the Azerbaijani president and Armenian prime minister and got the two leaders to sign a historic joint declaration for peace, ending a decades-long conflict that disrupted the region and claimed countless lives. In other news, we continue to see positive economic reports across the board. Today's CPI report revealed that inflation beat market expectations once again, and inflation remains stable. Overall, inflation has run at a 1.9 average annual pace in President Trump's first 6 months in office. Prices for everyday goods continue to decline. Energy prices fell in July, including gasoline, which is down nearly 10% over last year, and propane, which is down 2.5% over last year as well. Egg prices fell once again in July and are down 20% since President Trump took office. Shelter inflation, the largest contributor to overall inflation, is at its lowest level since October of 2021. Wage growth for American workers is beating inflation once again. As inflation declines, this administration continues to be wholeheartedly committed to putting more money back into the American people's pockets. American real wages are up 1.3% over last year and have increased each month since President Trump took office. And small business optimism, according to this morning's report, has also reached a 5-month high. Ignore the panicans and trust in President Trump. That is our motto here at the White House. The America First economic agenda is working. On another matter, yesterday, President Trump took bold action to finally restore law and order right here in our nation's capital. The president declared a crime emergency in the District of Columbia, federalized the D.C. Police Department, and mobilized the D.C. National Guard to end violent crime in our nation's capital. As part of the president's massive law enforcement surge, last night, approximately 850 officers and agents were surged across the city. They made a total of 23 arrests, including multiple other contacts. Last night, these arrests consisted of homicide, firearms offenses, possession with intent to distribute narcotics, fare evasion, lewd acts, stalking, possession of a high-capacity magazine, fleeing to a lewd in a vehicle, no permits, driving under the influence, reckless driving, and a bench warrant. A total of 6 illegal handguns were seized off of District of Columbia streets as part of last night's effort. This is only the beginning. Over the course of the next month, the Trump administration will relentlessly pursue and arrest every violent criminal in the district who breaks the law, undermines public safety, and endangers law-abiding Americans. President Trump will not be deterred by soft-on-crime Democrats and media activists who refuse to acknowledge this rampant violence on our streets. He is going to make our nation's capital the most beautiful and safe city on earth, just as he promised on the campaign trail. Staying on the topic of public safety, the Trump administration continues to shatter records on border security. According to brand new numbers released this morning from Customs and Border Patrol, illegal crossings have fallen to all-time lows once again. Here were the records set in July. Again, these numbers were released this morning. The lowest monthly nationwide encounters ever, down nearly 90% from the monthly average under the Biden administration. The lowest monthly Border Patrol apprehensions nationwide ever, smashing the previous record set the prior month in June. The lowest monthly Southwest border apprehensions ever. The lowest daily apprehension average ever. The lowest single-day apprehensions ever. And for the third straight month, there were 0 illegal aliens released into the country. Let me repeat that remarkable statistic. For the third month in a row, not a single illegal alien was released by the Trump administration into the United States of America. This is historic. Under President Trump, this border is the most secure it has ever been. When you fortify the border, when you restore deterrence, and when you empower Border Patrol agents and our brave men and women in uniform to actually do their jobs to enforce our laws, like this president has, this is the incredible result. And in the interior of our country, criminal illegal aliens continue to be arrested and removed. Here are some arrested an illegal alien from Jamaica convicted of attempted murder. ICE Buffalo also arrested an illegal alien from Ecuador convicted of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. ICE Houston arrested an illegal alien from Mexico convicted of manslaughter. ICE Newark arrested an illegal alien from Mexico convicted of the sexual assault of a minor. ICE Dallas arrested an illegal alien from Mexico convicted of assault causing bodily injury. And already the Trump administration has arrested more than 300,000 illegal aliens in 2025. Again, more than 300,000 illegal alien criminals have been arrested in the interior of our country in the first 6 months of this administration. And despite many false reports in the media, nearly 70% of these arrests have been criminal aliens with criminal charges or prior convictions. This is success all around. This is removing the most dangerous public safety threats from America's communities and returning these individuals to their home countries. So there's been success all around. I'm sure you have a lot of questions today. I'm happy to get to them, so let's get started. And as who is our podcast host today, Benny Johnson. Benny, why don't you kick us off, and thanks for being here.
Thank you, Caroline. As a DC resident of 15 years, I lived on Capitol Hill. I witnessed so many muggings and so much theft. I lost track. I was carjacked. I have murders on my Ring camera and mass shootings. I witnessed a woman on my block get held up at gunpoint for $20, and my house was set ablaze in an arson with my infant child inside. And so to any reporter that says and lies that DC is a safe place to live and work, let me just say this. Thank you. Thank you for making the city safe, because no parent should have to go through what my family went through, having the fire department rip open their door to save their infant child. And so thank you for your work on securing this city. My question to you is this. Nancy Pelosi has attacked the president for deploying the National Guard to the city, saying that it is to cover for his incompetence. Hillary Clinton has also attacked the president for securing the city of Washington, D.C. I'd like to get your response to Nancy Pelosi and Hillary Clinton.
Sure. Well, first of all, Benny, I'm so sorry that happened to you and your family. There have been, unfortunately, far too many victims of crime in this city, and I know the majority of residents in the District of Columbia agree with you. In fact, a new poll from the Washington Post I was reading this morning, this was released in May of 2024, so it's quite funny how many of you in the media agreed with what the president was saying yesterday, but now once the president says it, many of you are disagreeing with him. But this poll released by the Washington Post found that 65% of district residents think crime is an extremely serious or a very serious problem, and this was up from 56% last year. So the concern that you share with so many other residents in the District of Columbia is real, and that's why this president is taking action to address it. To get to the heart of your question, I think it's despicable that Democrats cannot agree that we need more law and order in a city that has been ravaged by violence, crime, murders, property theft. This should be a winning issue for all Americans. I don't understand. It's just anything President Trump does, the Democrats want to disagree with. I think the president would love to work with Democrats on this issue to bring law and order to America's cities, but unfortunately they have failed, and that's why he's taken this historic action to federalize the National Guard. And as you're seeing from last night's numbers, we already have seen success. We are removing violent offenders, we are arresting criminals, and we are removing drugs and firearms off of the streets of the city to make it safer for all of its residents.
Just a very quick follow-up to that. Given the heroic actions of a member of this administration just a few blocks from this building, will the president consider giving the Presidential Medal of Freedom to Big Balls?
I haven't spoken to him about that, but perhaps it's something he would consider. I'll ask him and get back to you, Benny. Thanks for being here. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the President Trump summit on Friday, why not invite Ukrainian President Zelensky to that summit? I know the president said yesterday that he planned to speak with him right after the summit and even before, but why not invite Zelensky, and whose decision was it to not invite him? Was it the president or was it President Putin?
Well, this meeting came about because the president of Russia asked the president of the United States to meet through his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who, as you all know, traveled to Russia to have a conversation with Putin at his request. And so the president is agreeing to this meeting at the request of President Putin. And the goal of this meeting for the president is to walk away with a better understanding of how we can end this war. And the president said at this podium yesterday when he joined all of you in the room that he hopes in the future there can be a trilateral meeting with these three leaders to finally bring this conflict to an end. But this administration has really used every lever, has taken every measure to achieve peace through a diplomatic solution. And I think the president of the United States getting in the room with the president of Russia, sitting face to face rather than speaking over the telephone, will give this president the best indication of how to end this war and where this is headed.
And another question on something that happened yesterday, but I wanted to get the White House response. A judge ruled that the grand jury transcripts in Ghislaine Maxwell's case should not be released. What's the White House response to that? And do you plan to appeal? And what do you tell President Trump's supporters who want that information released?
We think that decision is unfortunate. Of course, we moved to unseal that information because the president has said he wants to see credible evidence released. As for the appeal process, I would defer you to the Department of Justice for that.
Rachel. Thanks so much, Caroline. We're learning that President Trump spoke with Ukrainian President Zelensky. I was curious if you can share any more details about their call, and did Zelensky give President Trump any red lines, any non-starters ahead of this summit on Friday?
Look, I don't want to reveal the private conversations between the president and President Zelensky, but what I can tell you is that the president has deep respect for all parties that are involved in this conflict and are trying to bring this conflict to an end. After Special Envoy Witkoff returned from his meeting with President Putin in Russia, his first phone call was to President Trump. And President Trump's first phone call was to President Zelensky and to our friends in Europe to keep everybody in the loop about where the United States can see moving the ball forward to end this conflict. And so we continue to be very much engaged with President Zelensky and the Ukrainians, but also our allies in Europe as well.
And then just one more for you. How does the president measure success coming out of this meeting? The president at times has suggested that Putin might be tapping him along. Is he prepared to walk out of this meeting if he senses that Putin is not serious about ending this war?
I think I just answered that question for you and what the goal and the expectation of the meeting is. And I won't jump ahead of any hypotheticals, and I'll leave it to the president to speak to all of you after the meeting, which I'm very confident he will. Steve.
Is he optimistic that a deal will emerge from this meeting, or is he simply going to listen?
I think this is a listening exercise for the president. Look, only one party that's involved in this war is going to be present. And so this is for the president to go and to get, again, a more firm and better understanding of how we can hopefully bring this war to an end.
Caroline, how did you settle on Alaska as the site for this? So there were some other sites being discussed. Is this like it was a midpoint between the two meetings?
There were many sites discussed, but of course Alaska is a state within the United States of America, so the president is very honored and looks forward to hosting President Putin.
Doesn't have a solo one. What sort of scheduling stuff?
Yeah, the mechanics and the scheduling, Steve, are still being ironed out for Friday. We're working with our Russian counterparts to put those plans into action, and of course we'll keep you all apprised on the logistical details of Friday as soon as we get them. Charlie?
The president said at the podium yesterday twice that he was planning to go to Russia. Was that a verbal slip-up, or does he actually plan to go to Russia?
Perhaps there are plans in the future to travel to Russia, and on Friday the president will be meeting with the Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska, as you know. Phil?
Last week the president said the CEO of Intel was highly conflicted, seeming to cite his past investment with Chinese companies that were doing business with the Chinese military. Yesterday he called his meeting with that CEO a success. So what can you tell us about what the Intel CEO said to President Trump that changed his mind?
The president put out a statement that you cited, Phil. I will leave it at that. He shared his thoughts on that meeting and how it went, and for any further comment on that, I'll leave it to him to make.
Will the Bureau of Labor Statistics continue to put out monthly jobs reports?
Well, look, what I'll tell you about the Bureau of Labor Statistics, I believe that is the plan and that's the hope, and that these monthly reports will be data that the American people can trust. As you know, the Bureau of Labor Statistics has made massive revisions after the last several points reports that they have put out. And there has certainly been a decline in the quality and the reliability of data coming from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and there's been an increase in revisions. And this president and the administration is finally tackling this problem that so many have talked about, and the president is actually doing something about it. We need to restore new leadership that we can trust. As you know, the president has appointed someone new to take over the BLS, and so we need to look at the means and the methods of how the United States is acquiring this very important data, and all of that is going to be done, and the goal, of course, is to provide honest and good data for the American people to make very important economic decisions on. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions, if I may. The president has talked about land swaps between Russia and Ukraine. Vladimir Putin says he wants Russia to hold on to Russian-occupied territory in eastern Ukraine. Is the White House at all concerned about the messaging that potentially giving over or allowing for Russia to maintain its occupied territory in eastern Ukraine, what that might say to other U.S. adversaries like China?
Look, right now, the President of the United States has done more to end this war than his predecessor, Joe Biden, who allowed this war to take place. This war, don't forget, happened at the result of the weakness and the incompetence of the previous administration. And so the president inherited this conflict, and he is determined to end it. And it's a very complex and complicated situation. As for the details of the plans that have been kind of tossed back and forth, I won't get into those, and I will let the President of the United States discuss those plans with the President of Russia, with our European allies, and the President of Ukraine, Zelensky himself as well. Sure, go ahead, in the green.
Thank you, Caroline. As far as the policing and security operations,
you speak up.
Is there a timeline? Do we know what success looks like? Is it going to last longer than 30 days? And also, is there going to be an immigration enforcement aspect to this?
So can you speak up a little bit? The air conditioning is bumping in here for all of you today after yesterday's heater, so we've got to stock up. You're welcome. Go ahead.
Is there a timeline for the security operations here in D.C.? And also, is there going to be an immigration component to this, and what would that look like?
Look, if law enforcement officers encounter a criminal in this city, and they are an illegal alien, of course the appropriate measures to detain and deport that individual will be taken, as they should. No city should be a sanctuary for anyone other than law-abiding American citizens, and that's been that has been the position of this administration since day one. As for the timing, we will reevaluate and reassess and make further decisions after this 30-day period is up. But within these 30 days, our entire focus is making sure that this is the most efficient operation possible and that we are removing as many criminals from the streets and we are cleaning up DC as best as we can and working with the Metropolitan Police Department to do that. I know the mayor just spoke several minutes ago. I was watching her on television and she said that an increase of law enforcement officers on the streets will be helpful to deter crime in this city, and we look forward to working with these brave men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department to remove criminals off of our streets and to keep law-abiding citizens in the district safe. Josh.
Thank you. The President weighed in on Jay Powell again today, you might have seen. He said that he's considering allowing a major lawsuit against Powell to proceed because of the, quote, horrible and grossly incompetent job he has done. Can you tell us about that? What lawsuit is he talking about?
He's considering a lawsuit, and I won't speak on it any further. I will allow the president to do that himself.
Is it fair to say the administration is considering suing the Fed chair over this renovation?
That's what the president is saying.
Has he had discussions with anyone about this, or is this just like how advanced is this right now?
At this moment in time, the president is considering a lawsuit against the Fed, and I will leave it to him to comment further on it. Tamara, go
We
ahead.
talked about, very quickly, yesterday we talked about the NVIDIA chips deal the president has struck as well with AMD, the 15% stake that will go to the government. Do you have any detail on how that came about? The president said he asked for 20% from NVIDIA. Did he make the same 20% ask to AMD, and or is this something the administration is looking to do with other either chips or products, going forward? Is this a model that wants
stands with these two companies. Perhaps it could expand in the future to other companies. I think it's a creative idea and solution. The legality of it, the mechanics of it is still being ironed out by the Department of Commerce, and I would defer you to them for any further details on how it will actually be implemented. But again, this was another idea of the president and his brain trust on his trade team to try to, get good deals for the American people and the American taxpayer.
the report that China is discouraging use of the H20 to some companies? Since this, we're reporting that overnight there was private guidance sent to companies not banning the chip but urging them to steer away from it. I wondered if you have any response to that.
I haven't read the report. I will, and we'll get you a comment on it. Tamara.
Thank you. Last week, the meeting with Putin was sort of described potentially as an opportunity for a deal. Now it's a feeling out. Has there been a shift in expectations within the White House or an effort to temper expectations about what success looks like for this meeting?
I mean, look, I think both can be true, right? The president has always said he wants a peace deal. He wants to see this war come to an end. But this bilateral meeting is a bilateral meeting between one party in this two-party war, right? You need both countries to agree to a deal. The president is accepting this bilateral meeting with Putin on Friday, and I will let him speak further to it after it concludes about how he felt it went.
Also, completely unrelated topic, regarding the president's efforts in Washington, D.C., do you have any specifics about how homeless people will be dealt with, where they would be moved to? What does this look like?
I do, yes, and it's an important question, so thank you for raising it. The Metropolitan Police Department, with the support of the new federal agencies who have been surging on the streets of the District of Columbia, are going to enforce the laws that are already on the books here in Washington, D.C. For far too long, these laws have been completely ignored, and the homelessness problem has ravaged the city. So D.C. Code 22-1307 and D.C. Municipal Regulation 24-100 give the Metropolitan Police Department the authority to take action when it comes to homeless encampments. So homeless individuals will be given the option to leave their encampment, to be taken services, and if they refuse, they will be susceptible to fines or to jail. These are pre-existing laws that are already on the books. They have not been enforced, which is part of the reason for this federalizing of the National Guard to bring in this assistance for law enforcement. While we are targeting criminals and trying to remove criminals off of the streets, we also want to make DC safe and beautiful, and that involves removing mentally disturbed individuals and homeless encampments as well. So we will be using these regulations and code that already exists to clean up our streets, and we've already had great success. Not Park Police has actually done remarkable work in terms of removing homeless encampments from the city. Since the president signed this executive order in March, 70 homeless encampments have been removed by the U.S. Park Police. There are only 2 homeless encampments remaining in D.C. federal parks under the National Park Service's jurisdiction, and the removal of those 2 remaining camps is scheduled for this week. So the U.S. Park Police will be leading this effort alongside MPD.
Just very quickly, he had talked in one of his social media posts about moving them very far outside of the city. Is that off?
No, it's not off. We're exploring how we could do that. But again, homeless shelters, offered addiction and mental health services, or jail if they refuse are the options on the table right now. And we'll continue to explore that option.
Sure. Thank you so much, Caroline. President Zelensky said moments ago that he thinks Russia is preparing for a new offensive on at least 3 different areas of the front line. Is this something that you could confirm based on U.S. intelligence? And if the president sees that Putin is indeed planning major new offensive or moving troops, would he call off the meeting on Friday?
I'm not in a position to confirm or deny or comment on that intel at this time. Monica.
Thanks, Caroline. My question involves Russiagate. A whistleblower alleges that then Congressman Adam Schiff approved leaking classified information to smear President Trump's image during the Russiagate scandal. Does the president plan to investigate Adam Schiff, and what would accountability look like if more information confirms this report?
The president has already said he wants to see Adam Schiff held accountable for the countless lies he told the American people in relation to the Russiagate scandal. I brought Tulsi Gabbard out to this podium to talk to you about all of that, and this administration is taking accountability very seriously. As for this new FBI whistleblower report, I understand Kash Patel last night declassified a 302 FBI document showing that a whistleblower who is a Democrat, a career intelligence officer who worked for Democrats on the House Intel Committee for more than a decade, repeatedly warned the FBI in 2017 that then Rep. Adam Schiff had approved leaking classified information to smear then President Donald Trump over the Russiagate scandal. This is obviously a bombshell whistleblower report. Hopefully more people in this room will cover it as such. And I have a quote from the FBI director for all of you. He has said this: "For years, certain officials used their positions to selectively leak classified information to shape political narratives. It was all done with one purpose: to weaponize intelligence and law enforcement for political gain. Those abuses eroded public trust in our institutions. The FBI will now lead the charge with our partners at DOJ, and Congress will have the chance to uncover how political power may have been weaponized and to restore accountability." That's what the administration is focused on, and hopefully we'll see some more media reports on this whistleblower allegation. If this were reversed, if this were allegations against the president or any of these cabinet officials, I'm sure everyone in this room would cover it as such. Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. After yesterday's action to federalize the D.C. police, is the president still interested in working with Congress to end the Home Rule Act, something he's talked about in the past? Senator Mike Lee has a bill on it. Is that something he's still interested in?
The president is very much still interested in working with Congress to address many of the issues that have plagued Washington, D.C., such as the cashless bail policy, which has been a complete disaster for the city. Juvenile delinquency is another major problem in the city that Congress can address. So I know Congress is on recess right now. When they get back to work to Washington, this president looks forward to having these conversations with our friends on Capitol Hill so we can work with them to make D.C. safe and beautiful again. And again, we encourage Democrats to join us in this effort. Perhaps their approval ratings would move up a little bit if they did. I saw a new poll today. Democrat approval rating is at an all-time low, 32%. If they could just stand by the basic notion of law and order, perhaps they would see that tick up a bit, and we welcome them to do that. Dasha.
Thanks, Caroline. President Trump yesterday at this podium indicated this, so has NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, that in order for peace to happen, it is very likely that Ukraine will have to cede some land to Russia. Zelensky has repeatedly said no land for peace. That's not going to happen. Has this administration communicated to Zelensky that he's going to have to change that position?
Look, I appreciate your asking that question in a different way than your colleague Michael in the back. I don't want to get into the details of these negotiations and these discussions that have taken place out of respect for where we are right now, and I'll let the president speak on it further if he wishes to.
One more about Israel. Sure. I know the president has had a call with Prime Minister Netanyahu recently. Netanyahu is planning to seize the remainder of Gaza City. What is the administration's position on this move by Israel's government?
Look, this is an incredibly complex and complicated war that, again, was inherited by this president, by his predecessor, Joe Biden. October 7th was one of the worst days in history. We saw innocent people slaughtered, murdered, kidnapped by Hamas terrorists. This administration has taken extensive time and effort and resources since Inauguration Day in January to end this conflict. We have given many flexible arrangements backed by Israel to Hamas, and unfortunately, Hamas has never agreed. Looking ahead, I will let the president speak on where he sees this going, but this is, of course, an incredibly complex and complicated situation. The administration has made our goal clear. We want to see this conflict end. We want to see the hostages released, and we've tried. The president and his national security team have given extensive effort and time to doing that.
With how Israel has used those resources and the assistance that you've provided?
Look, I'll let the president speak on the further actions that Israel may or may not be taking. Alexander, good to see you.
Good to see you as well, Caroline. Thank you. The Kremlin is expressing interest that Friday's meeting will move beyond just terms to end the war into improving bilateral relations. There's talk over how they're interested in potentially restoring direct flights between Russia and the United States. Is President Trump open to those kind of peripheral conversations, or is this directly focused on ending the war in Ukraine?
I think this conversation on Friday is focused on ending the war in Ukraine as far as the president's perspective goes. Those conversations, I think the president is interested in having, but his main priority right now is ending this war and to stop the killing that has gone on for far too long. You're welcome. In the back. Go ahead.
Yeah, two questions on the economy. So first, we've had small businesses tell us that it's not foreign exporters who are eating the tariffs, it's them. And they've held off on raising prices, but soon they're going to have to raise prices. What is the White House's message to them?
The White House's message to our small business owners across the country is you have never had a better ally or friend or supporter in this White House than President Donald Trump, who is a businessman himself, who understands your concerns and who wants to restore wealth back to our country through the powerful use of tariffs. And that's what he's focused on doing, while simultaneously driving down costs. You have to remember, we are 6 months into this administration, and we had a president who had no business experience, had no idea what he was doing, and who funneled billions of wasteful spending dollars into our economy, which created the worst inflation crisis in a generation. Now this president is focused on tackling inflation, deregulating, cutting costs, cutting red tape to make it easier for small business owners to thrive. And again, the economic indicators show that we are moving in the right direction. In January, when this president showed up to the White House, the 6-month annualized core inflation rate was 3.7%. Today, 6 months later, the 6-month annualized core inflation rate is 2.4%. So we are trending in the right direction. Moving forward, since President Trump took office, for another 6 months, inflation will be tracking at 1.9% at this trajectory. You look at grocery prices, they fell, energy prices fell, fuel oil fell, ship fares fell, propane fell, butter, margarine, eggs, non-prescription drugs. You go through the list of items that are falling. And then I would also point to that report this morning showing that small business optimism has reached a 5-month high. So look, we inherited an economic mess from the previous administration, but this administration is focused on fixing it every day. And part of that is signing the largest tax cuts into law to put more money back into the pockets of these small business owners.
Just on the BLS, they collect the inflation data, obviously. If the jobs data is not reliable, should Americans trust the inflation data?
Well, look, the jobs data has had massive revisions. We want to ensure that all of the data, the inflation data, the jobs data, any data point that is coming out of the BLS is trustworthy and is accurate, which is why the president has restored new leadership at the BLS. Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Hi. Gavin Newsom has said that California is going to sue in response to the government's demand for $1 billion from UCLA over the DOJ's anti-Semitism findings. Newsom has called this extortion and ransom. So I'm wondering what the White House's response is to Newsom on UCLA.
Bring it on, Gavin. This administration is well within its legal right to do this, and we want to ensure that our colleges and our universities are respecting the First Amendment rights and the religious liberties of students on their campuses, and UCLA has failed to do that. And I have a whole list of examples that I will forward to Gavin Newsom's press office if he hasn't seen them himself. Brett.
Caroline.
Thanks, Caroline. What was the reason that President Trump chose to move on from Billy Long as IRS commissioner?
Look, I think the president wants to see Billy Long as the ambassador to Iceland. As you know, that is where he will be headed. And the president loves Billy Long, and he thinks that he can serve the administration well in this position. For now, Secretary Scott Bessent will be the acting IRS commissioner.
Timeline for announcing a new pick?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, Ed, go ahead, but
wait,
then
oh.
in the back. Yes.
Go in the back first. Go
Okay,
ahead.
sure.
Thanks, Caroline.
Ladies first.
One foreign policy and then one domestic question, if I may. There are roughly 30,000 children from Ukraine who have reportedly been abducted and are kind of dispersed around Russia. They've been showing up on these websites for adoption. Is their return a red line for the president in any deal ending the war?
The administration is aware of these reports. I don't want to set red lines for the president on his behalf.
Exactly, right, yeah, absolutely. Sometimes I'll like sit on the corner or I'll be at like just like a bar
Greta?
Yes.
Yes, hi, Greta.
Nice to
I'm
meet you.
Corey.
Hi, Corey.
That's office here. Very nice to see you.
Yes, I do. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Coming to you too, Carl. Newsmax. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much, John.
Not on the program. It's gonna be a generic card, but you know, that's how you can find it.
I was trying to log into the Wi-Fi. Would you mind sponsoring me?
Sure. Yes. And let me know when you submit it. We have to then send it to our IT folks to make it manually because things are like that right now.
In 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay, let me just pull in your email. Request temporary access. Okay.
It's Andrews, A-N-D-R-A-W-S. The letter C, 2, at state.gov.
I think she's do you know about how long her open remarks are?
What are they going to be? Maybe about 4 minutes? 3 or 4? Sorry, I'm like going through it in my head. Like, yeah, I think 3 or 4 minutes or so.
Okay, great. And then,
So in case, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
might be a while.
Sure. Will you guys give a check?
So we will do the bullpen. I'll come in and let you know.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so C-SPAN's live.
Nice. Okay.
I'm sorry, Andrews C at state.
Andrews C 2.
Andrews C is in Charlie.
The number 2. That's it.
Got it, okay. I'm submitting this in 2 minutes.
Cool. And I'll flag it for IT folks.
Thank you so much.
Good to go.
Thank you so much.
Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Mm-hmm. I was not told yes to that, so not today. I hope so. I hope so. Yeah. Hi.
You guys can see it right now. I'm okay.
Those are the red ones. That would be great.
My driver's license on top of it. Yeah, there's one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just moved, yes, I just moved it short. Okay, and then so yeah, so then with that, yeah, at all. Sorry. Because it's not, I mean, it's like if you did it maybe one time.
I know.
But like, you know, it's been very consistent.
How are you? Just got you up here today. Nice to meet you.
I'm not worried about this. I'm so comfortable.
Good.
This is it.
My email is Andrews, A-N-D-R-W-S, C, then the number 2, at state.gov. Not the first row. Let's see. I mean, it won't be comfortable. But all of them. I don't know. Hello. They didn't do 2 minutes, did they, Daphne? No.
I did not go because I had to write about the sea. I had to I had to go out and interview homeless people and then I wanted to come here. I didn't think I had time. Did you make it from Caroline to here? Actually, she didn't finish and she started so soon. Okay, so you made both briefings. I was following it. I saw that Macarena was she was like, oh.
Because I was asking about the personal
Let's give it time. We just need time. Yeah, there. Let's just give it time. I'll chat to you later, dear. That's what I said. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt your conversation.
have any space right there. Be careful. Thank you. Which I love because it's the length of the treatment, the lifetime, I don't care.
Yeah, I came in one time and when I was off, I was like,
This one.
that's one generator. Oh, yeah, it's just that thing back there. So that's what.
Exactly, right, a loan payment, hourly loan interest.
Oh,
Thank you.
Tom Bateman.
Thank you, ma'am. Great, as usual. Hi, everyone. Welcome aboard. Well, look at that front row. Look at that second, third, and fourth, and fifth, and 10th row, and 100th row. Thank you all for being here. I do appreciate it very much. Of course, we have some announcements. I have a little bit of breaking news I'm going to start with. And then at the end, I will have a few remarks about my personal situation and my work. So if I could ask us to, I don't know if you'd ask any questions, but I don't know if you're going to be able to. But I will have a few things to say about my work and where I'll be doing it, as you all, I think, already know. So thank you again for being here. First of all, I can confirm for you that Secretary Marco Rubio spoke with Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov. We have that the fact that Sergei Lavrov, again, in a phone call with the Secretary, regarding preparation for the upcoming summit between President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin, both sides confirmed their commitment to a successful event. I can also tell you that it was President Putin who called to make this arrangement as well. But of course, I will certainly take your questions as we move forward here. And now to our announcements. We are deeply saddened to learn of Colombian Senator Uribe's tragic death. Senator Uribe, his leadership and vision for Colombia's future were evident throughout his years of public service to the nation and the Colombian people. His vision and courage and commitment to his country encouraged countless individuals at home, throughout the world, and his contributions to Colombia's democratic future, though obscenely halted, will endure and inspire future generations. As Secretary Marco Rubio has said, the United States stands in solidarity with Senator Uribe's family and the Colombian people, both in mourning and demanding justice for those responsible. And Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau will travel to Bogota today to attend the memorial services for the senator on Wednesday, August 13th. Also, further, the declaration of peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan has reaffirmed that President Trump is indeed the president of peace. Last week, he hosted the leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan at the White House, where they signed a historic joint declaration for peace after decades of bitter conflict and too many lives lost, a landmark achievement for international diplomacy and an end to violence that only President Trump could deliver. The two leaders also signed bilateral economic agreements with the United States, unlocking the great potential of the South Caucasus region in trade, transit, energy, infrastructure, and technology, and creating new opportunities for the American people and American businesses. This achievement follows negotiated peace arrangements between Cambodia and Thailand, Israel and Iran, Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, India and Pakistan, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Serbia and Kosovo, in addition to the remarkable achievement of the Abraham Accords. President Trump continues to prove that nations across the globe can move beyond long-standing conflicts of the past toward a shared future of peace, prosperity, and success. Now, today, the 2024 Human Rights Report has been released publicly on the State Department website. That is at state.gov, where everyone watching from home and around the world can access the report. The Human Rights Report has been restructured in a way that removes redundancy, increases report readability, and is responsive to the legislative mandates that underpin the report, rather than an expansive list of politically biased demands and assertions. The calendar year 2024 individual reports are more readable, objective, true to their statutory origins, and more useful than ever before. The report continues to call out the world's repressive actors while also addressing abuses that had not previously been covered. The United States has long promoted respect for international universal rights, including in our own founding documents, which asserts that human beings are, quote, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Today, we reaffirm the words of those documents, which have served as a beacon of hope and freedom for people around the world. And again, at the end now of this briefing, I'll have a few words and about some news relating to my own work. But of course, now I am happy to answer your questions. All right. Yes, sir. And when I call you in the front row, if you could announce your name and your outlet, that would be terrific.
Yeah, absolutely. DR Kurda with Huda Media Network.
Right.
It's a Kurdish media outlet. First of all, Tammy, congratulations on your nomination by the President for the UN role.
Thank you.
I'd start with Iraq and Syria. After you raised the concern of the PMF bill at the Iraqi parliament, which you think that it might increase the Iranian influence on Iraq, we saw yesterday the top Iranian security guy, Ali Rajani, he went to Baghdad and he signed a security agreement with Iraq. Do you have any concern with that agreement, and have you pushed Baghdad to not pass the PMF bill? If they pass, then there will be consequences for Iraq?
Well, we, as I think we've stated before, we oppose any legislation that is inconsistent with the goals of our bilateral security assistance and partnership and runs counter to strengthening Iraq's existing security institutions. We support genuine Iraqi sovereignty, not legislation that would turn Iraq into an Iranian satellite state. And so I think we've been clear in this particular instance, certainly, and others, that the future of nations should be in the hands of the people of those nations. And certainly our commitment here, as we've made clear, this particular dynamic runs counter to what our commitment has been regarding security in general.
Then I'll ask one question on Syria, then I'll let my colleagues ask their questions. The Syrian interim government has refused to join the meeting with SDF in Paris under auspice of US and France. Does the United States believe that the Syrian government, the Syrian interim government, is adequately respecting the rights of minorities like Kurds and Druze who are seeking a decentralized Syria? And have you put any pressure on them to make these meetings happen, especially in Paris?
Well, this is why we have special envoys. Again, we're in regions that are unstable, that have had problems sometimes for generations, if not hundreds of years. So that automatically means that continual work has to be done to bring parties together. I will read a tweet from Ambassador Barak, who is our special envoy for Syria. He's noted from, well, was it today? Syria remains steadfastly committed to a united process that honors and protects all its constituencies, fostering a shared future for the Syrian people. And I think that that is his work. We know we've seen, of course, skirmishes reemerge, differences emerge, and that's what negotiators and diplomats are meant to do, which is kind of thread that needle and bring parties together. And that is exactly what Ambassador Barak is doing, and we look forward to his results. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Tammy, the company you do part with Newsmax, congratulations on your posting to the United Nations.
Thank you.
2 questions for you. The influential Pakistani chief of defense has met with President Trump once and seems to have developed a strong relationship. Do you think that this will lead to more U.S. assistance to Pakistan via an increase in arms sales? And is this being done at the expense of the president's relationship with Modi?
Obviously, we had a experience with Pakistan and India when there was a conflict, one that could have developed into something quite horrible. I was here at the State Department at the time, and there was an immediate concern and immediate movement with the Vice President, the President, and the Secretary of State in addressing the nature of what was happening. Many of you who were in the room in the days afterward, we described the nature of the phone calls, the work that we did to stop the attacks, and to then bring the parties together so we could have something that was enduring. And it's a very proud moment and a very good example of what Secretary Rubio is committed to, Vice President Vance in that, of course, case as well. But the top leaders in this nation involved in stopping that potential catastrophe. I would say that our relationship with both nations is as it has been, which is good, and that is the benefit of having a president who knows everyone, talks to everyone, and that is how we can bring differences together in this case. So it's clear that the diplomats here are committed to both nations. I can tell you also that there has been a U.S.-Pakistan counterterrorism dialogue that was established. At this dialogue in Islamabad, the United States and Pakistan reaffirmed their shared commitment to combating terrorism in all its forms and manifestations during this latest round of the talks in Islamabad. The United States and Pakistan discussed ways to enhance cooperation to counter terrorist threats, and I think that for the region and for the world, the United States working with both those nations is good news and will promote a future that's beneficial.
Quick follow-up on the subject of relationships. When it comes to the summit with Putin, do you anticipate that Ukraine's Zelensky will be invited?
Well, I can tell you a few things the president has said. As I've mentioned when I opened, that it was Putin who suggested this meeting. It is something that also my colleague Caroline Levitt discussed a great deal just a little bit ago at her briefing. And I think that that's important to know, that the president is viewing this, as she described, as something that was fact-finding in a way to see exactly what was possible. I do also want to bring to you some of his comments, which you may not have heard, regarding his commitment to our European partners and to Ukraine and President Zelensky. We know at this point, he said that this is really a feel-out meeting. He said, I'm going to meet with President Putin and we're going to see what he has in mind. And if it's a fair deal, I'll reveal it to the European Union leaders and to the NATO leaders, and also to President Zelensky. I think out of respect, I'll call him first, being President Zelensky, and then I'll call them afterwards. And if I may say, lots of luck, keep fighting, or I may say, we can make a deal. I've seen a poll out of Ukraine, the president said, 88% of the people would like to see a deal made. Lastly, he noted, as he does, the death is incredible. It's the worst thing that's happened by far. The worst that's happened since World War II. So I'm going in to speak to Putin, and I'm going to be telling him, you've got to end this war. You've got to end it. So we know what his agenda is, which is what it's always been. We know what has bothered him, which is the killing of civilians. We know that he has been not happy with President Putin, with his actions and what's happened in Ukraine. We know that he is going to inform President Zelensky and European leaders about what happens at this meeting, and then we will all find out what happened. And this is what I know the president has been caring about. Yes, Nadia.
Thank you, Tammy. Congratulations on the new job, and I guess soon we're gonna call you Madam's ambassador.
Well, we'll wait. Just call me Tammy for now. That's a good one. I've been called worse things. Yes, ma'am.
So I have 2 questions. First, there is 26 foreign ministers who signed a joint statement calling on Israel to allow unrestricted access to Gaza. The GHF work is not enough by the standard of every organization that works there, and there is no evidence that Hamas actually stealing the food. So considering that, like international figures, whether it's McDonald's calling on the Pope to visit Gaza before it's too late, why not allowing other ways, including the UN, to help people who are on the precipice of dying, basically, of starvation?
Well, I will remind you, and I know you know because of your work, everyone here knows, that situation is rapidly evolving. We've been working from the beginning for a ceasefire, specifically for the reasons you've noted and that we all care about, which is the aid for the people of Gaza. Hamas has been at war with the people of Gaza. We've seen that through their refusal to stop this war. We know that they are the first victims, and our intention is, of course, is to stop that carnage. That's the bottom line. I can tell you that the aid dynamic, there has been more aid that has flowed in. But even within the midst of this war zone, more food has arrived. I believe the GHF numbers at this point, I was briefed on this morning, is close to 120 million meals. And of course, also, as we've discussed, nothing. So that is our recognition here. Our posture has not changed. Our actions have not changed. And yet the situation is fluid, more so than in recent days. And so I would ask you to recognize that, and we're working within that framework.
And the UN and also many of your allies have been asking for an independent commission to investigate the killing of Palestinian journalists in Gaza, who reached now at 247, including 5 of our colleagues who were killed the day before. So why not supporting an independent commission, considering that Israel has failed every time to investigate the killing of journalists or doctors or teachers in Gaza?
Well, I would take issue with your premise here. To say that Israel every time has failed to do that is not true. We know that, again, this is a nation fighting a war with a terrorist group that have always used human shields, have used hospitals, have used schools. It's been just the worst example of the barbarity of human beings, if you can call them that. It's been shocking. For Donald Trump to make the commitment to end this would be a tremendous gift to the entire world, as you know, and that is our commitment. We also we call on our ally and partner Israel to investigate these situations. I do it from this podium, and the United States does it. We expect investigations, and for a sovereign nation to engage in that, and then we'll follow up on. We see what those results are, but they do investigate. That is one of the things that, unlike other dynamics in war, Israel has done that, and they're transparent about it. So I would say that as we are working on all of this to stop, we encourage Israel always, and they do so as one of our, again, stalwart allies. And I think that their background proves that, in fact, look, they are minding their own business on October 7th. They are constantly dealing with those kinds of attacks. This is a chance for everyone to be able to have a future that is different. That's what we're looking for. Yeah. Well, each one is different. But I know the goal here at the State Department, and why I felt very comfortable working with the people in this building, is that information is key, right? Is that knowing what's happening matters. That is your job as journalists. I respect that immensely. It keeps me centered. Knowing that we have to explain things or talk about them makes us view the news as it's coming up in a slightly different way. Makes us ask questions. That will never end. And so I trust that, well, I will be in some fashion asking the same questions. I know you will be as too. Andrea Mitchell.
Thank you.
Andrea Mitchell, please. Andrea Mitchell.
Thank you so much, Tammy, and congratulations on your new adventure.
Thank you. That's what it will be, I'm sure.
And I have a couple of things to follow up on that. But,
yes.
First of all, do we have any update on what Ambassador Huckabee said would be 16 new distribution centers for food in Gaza? And as the U.S. tries to deal with 2 wars simultaneously as part of the challenge that the president is facing.
Right.
With this summit. President Zelensky said today that after the overnight attacks, which were throughout his country, that there is evidence, as far as he's concerned, that President Putin is not committed to peace, but is committed to plans for a new offensive against Ukraine. So going into these negotiations, with what President Zelensky says is an imbalance in what is going on the battlefield right now, how does the president hope to try to get President Putin to abandon this commitment that seems obvious from the battlefield, by day after day advancing?
Let me answer the first question about...
let me just maybe more precisely say, and accept a ceasefire.
First of all, we have nothing else to announce regarding the ambassador's remarks about the increase in sites for GHF. Of course, that would be welcome news, but when we see that we have more, we'll let you know. I'll remind you also that the president's not calling this a negotiation. He is not the one that asked for it. This is what, as I've equated to you before, his remarks were that this is to see what's happening, to see what's possible. So negotiation, I think, is certainly not the right word. How he expects to get to where he gets, I won't have details for you in that regard, but there's a reason why he's the one there and we aren't. He is clearly, the list that I read out to you regarding being the president of peace is an astounding one. Perhaps it's situations around the globe that just didn't interest other people. But for President Trump, everyone matters. He sees these dynamics, which his presence and the power of the United States is able to change, and he knows that. He has many tools in his tool chest. We know, of course, that he had remarked about secondary sanctions on those who are buying Russian oil. That's one thing of many that can happen. We know, of course, of NATO's commitment regarding defensive weapons and helping and assisting Ukraine. There's many things that are moving that should have an impact that President Trump, I don't know what his approach will be. What I do know is that I'm grateful that he's the president, that I'm able to be here, read you a list of ceasefires and peace agreements, and know that he's meeting with Putin in regard to one of the most outrageous dynamics that we've experienced. I will also remind people that he has met alone with President Zelensky. He has met alone with European leaders. This is a man who is doing everything possible and fairly to get an end to this carnage.
Just a quick follow-up.
Yes, ma'am.
There's been a lot written that by just granting Vladimir Putin, who has been charged with war crimes by people, by other countries around the world, by granting him a summit with the leader of the United States on U.S. soil, it's already a victory for Putin because he is the aggressor here and he has refused to agree to a ceasefire.
Andrea, this will be it. The president is not operating on what something might look like. He's operating on how to stop obscene carnage among innocent civilians in Ukraine. And that is, he took some heat when he started talking to Putin, because Biden had talked to him for 3 years. You don't make peace through performative actions or theater. You make it by talking to people. And this is what he's committed to. This is the end goal. The end goal is not performance or perception, or it's getting the job done. And I'm honored that I can be here and at least be a part of reminding people, because he's done. We know him. He's a remarkable achiever, not just in business, but in knowing people and knowing how to get what he wants. And he wants peace, and he wants an end to carnage around the world. And this country is in this position now because of him and because of the power of the American people, and we're going to use it. And so I'm praying for a good result. And with President Trump, we very well may get one. Yes, Daphne.
Thank Thank you, Tammy, and I'll echo my congratulations on your nomination.
Not that anyone knows what I'm going to mention at the end of the briefing now, but yes, go ahead. Thank you.
On the Human Rights Report, the State Department has cut down criticism of some countries that have extensive records of human rights abuse, including in El Salvador, where the State Department said there was no credible reports of significant human rights abuses, cutting an entire paragraph from last year's report that mentioned issues such as arbitrary arrests and harsh and life-threatening prison conditions. What is this change based on? Has El Salvador taken any steps to change these issues, or how did the State Department determine that these abuses were no longer taking place?
Well, I'm not going to speak from country to country. This is something that is available. People can go look. Again, Americans, obviously, the reporters here in this room have had it for a little bit of time and have had a chance to take a look at it, which is important. Again, state.gov, and you can search for a human rights report, and you'll get all the countries, etc. First thing I want to mention is that every administration in a transition year has to deal with this particular product, this particular report, for the last calendar year to be released by a new administration. And there's always changes. As you might imagine, if someone is the new president, you got a new administration, the American people made a choice, and they clearly are taking over for the previous administration. Each administration, like with President Trump, reflects a value system and an agenda and a vision that convince the American people was clear and obvious about the nature of what he wanted to achieve, and the American people agreed with him. This report, as a result, because it was also late, and many of you noted that, it was late because we weren't, just like with other administrations, we weren't going to release something compiled and written by the previous administration. It needed to change based on the point of view and the vision of the Trump administration. And so those changes were made. In addition to the fact that one of the things we're proud of, and what you'll also see next year, is the notion of something being readable by people, something being a reflection overall of what it is that we're dealing with certain nations. So it does not, the restructuring doesn't reflect a change of any U.S. policy when it comes to human rights. It certainly promotes, as does our work, a respect for human rights around the globe. It does not reflect on any particular country. We've stopped ranking countries, by the way. People can make their own decisions about what nations are doing. So that is one thing also that is over. We also, I want to mention the notion of how large the report had become in its condemnation of nations and its the detailed listing of certain things. But what I can say is, and I think it's pretty clear, that you can issue reports, you can make them giant, but it depends on what we do. The Trump administration has proven from day one their commitment to human rights around the globe and to the quality of people's lives. We will have perhaps some, in this case, smaller reports, but I would suggest that you watch the actions that are taken by an administration and that commitment to human rights. In this case, you could have giant reports from the Biden administration as the world began to collapse into war, into conflicts, and it's a reminder. So reports are important. Transparency about our positions are important. That's what these reports will serve. And I can tell you again, for the people who work here at the State Department, these reports do matter. And our actions as a nation also back up the nature of our commitment to human rights.
I understand that this is a narrowed report, but can you explain why this was changed and why an entire paragraph on rights abuses was omitted from this report?
Well, again, I won't go into the details of each country. What I do know is that the approach and the attitude of what we expect, and new complaints are added in. Complaints regarding censorship of people in various countries has been added in that had not been dealt with before. So I'm not going to speak on the decisions that our diplomats have made in looking at the nature of the report of the data that they're receiving, but I can tell you that the nature of the attitude, the reason for the report hasn't changed. It is to make sure people know what's happening around the world, what our posture is toward that, and our actions show our willingness and our commitment to changing the quality of life in people around the world. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tammy. I just want to follow up on Nadia's question. You said that you urge Israel always to investigate, and they do investigate in some incidents. But I want to go back to Sunday's incidents when airstrike struck a tent of journalists. 4 of them are my colleagues, killing them, and there is no need for investigation here because the IDF statement was clear that they targeted Anas al-Sharif, my colleague, claiming that he's a leader of a Hamas cell that fires rockets into Israel without providing any proof. And this will add to 238 journalists who died in Gaza in 2 years. 11 of them are my colleagues, 11 of them. And my question is, are you comfortable with all the claims and excuses that Israel made to target those journalists, whether they are my colleagues or the other 200?
Well, what I can tell you, and I think what's been apparent from this podium, is our concern about the loss of any innocent life. We've made that clear. The work of the people in this building is committed to that. It's every day, every briefing certainly, we have examples of that. It is difficult for you. Some of you are war reporters, and you go into those zones, and I respect that immensely. So I'm not in a position, nor will I discuss my feelings. That's not what I'm here for, whether I'm comfortable or uncomfortable. What I will tell you is that we refer you to Israel for information regarding al-Sharif. Israel has released evidence that Sharif was part of Hamas and was supportive of the Hamas attack on October 7th. They're the ones who have the evidence. They're the ones who can be reached, and will hopefully talk with you and certainly talk with others who reach out to them. I will remind you, and this is, again, members who are embedded in society, including posing as journalists. It is a horrible thing to do for those of you who are committed to finding information for people, to be in that situation. It's horrible in any war. I think some of us, if not most of us, have met someone who's been injured or know of someone who's been killed, who we've worked with because of a war situation. They are a terrorist organization. They launch rockets from near hospitals. They have bases under hospitals and schools. We've seen this happen over and over again. We've become in some ways inured to the inhumanity of that. And what I can tell you is what this administration is trying to do, is trying to stop it, finally, once and for all. That's what I can speak to, is Secretary Rubio's focused passion on getting things done in what is a short period of time. And my goodness, it's been 7 months, and they're doing it. And that's what, again, regarding the specific instance, very big news, but that's my request and my comments on that exclusively. Yes, sir. We're moving on. Go ahead, Tom.
I mean, you've said on the killing of these journalists that you refer us to the government of Israel.
Yes.
I mean, this is one of the worst, if not the worst, single attack on journalists in modern history, this particular incident on Sunday. As of all the journalists being killed, probably many of them by American weapons that are supplied by the
Well, let's not, I'm sorry.
So,
I respect you enough to know, to not project something that serious and saying probably. Let's leave that out. My goodness.
Have been supplied by the United States. There is a very strong accountability issue for the American government. So on this instance, has there been any internal process to look at what happened and to see whether it was within
internal processes? I'm discussing with you a suggestion about who to reach out to, who has the answers for you. And that is due to the fact that, more than aware, of course there's internal processes, which I will not be discussing with you because of the nature of them and the importance of the diplomatic work that is continuing to this day to stop that carnage.
Is there an internal process on this particular incident?
I'm not going to discuss the details for you. I'm not going to do that, and I think you know, and I appreciate you need to ask the question, but we're in the midst of not just any conflict, but one that we have stood by and worked on and spoken and dealt with everyone from the beginning of this administration to stop. Special envoys, the president, the secretary, food aid, the coverage, my comments here from the podium. Yes, I mean, it's clearly something that the Trump administration has spoken with about directly. It is clearly a major consideration for this administration. That has not stopped, and it is not something any of us asked for, let alone the Gazan people. But yes, we're working on and dealing with, well, many things that might not be.
And just on the human rights report, just a quick question. You talked about new issues, new areas of concern for the administration, one of which is censorship. On the UK and on countries in Europe, this has been a big theme in the report. You talk about censorship of ordinary Britons becoming increasingly routine in the last year. And one of the cases relates to the killing of 3 young girls when there was an online speculation, which was false, that it was carried out by an asylum seeker. There was then very serious incitement to violence against asylum seekers in the UK, leading to very, very violent incidents, and people were prosecuted for that. It's a criminal offence to incite violence and racial hatred in the UK. Your report seems to be suggesting that it's a human right for people to have the freedom to carry out this incitement on American social media platforms. Is that what is a new principle in this report?
I would ask everyone to go and read the reports for themselves and come to their own conclusion about the nature of where we stand. We've been very vocal about the issue of censorship, people being able to speak their mind, but it also can't be distilled into a couple of sentences that project a particular political point of view. I say, for context, read the reports yourselves. All right, and now. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Tammy. Appreciate it. I have 2 questions. The Russia's Kremlin noted that North Korean troops will continue to be stationed in Russia, even if the war between Russia and Ukraine ends. Do you think this will be an issue in the upcoming negotiation between President Trump and President Putin?
Well, first, again, we'll answer this specifically, is that this is not a negotiation that is happening on Friday. And I do know that there is a very specific, I won't know exactly where the conversation goes. Of course, none of us can know that, except for the 2 men involved. But we know that, of course, the topic is Ukraine. All right, we are going to move on here. Yes, Sean.
Thanks. Best of luck in the future, and thanks for doing these briefings.
Of course, my pleasure. Most of the time.
Most of the time. Well,
yes.
Maybe not. Can I actually continue with what Tom was asking?
Sure.
You mentioned the human rights reports. In the human rights report, the DC is politically biased in the past, and censorship is something that you're taking up. Why is this a human rights abuse in your view? I mean, Secretary Rubio has himself said that the United States is going to monitor social media, people coming to the United States, that they should keep it open. He's revoked visas on account of statements that people have made. Why in this case, in the case of the UK, in the case of Germany, in the case of France, why is this a human rights violation?
Well, I can tell you that we consider freedom of expression to be a foundational component of a functioning democracy. Societies are strengthened by free expression of opinion, and government censorship is intolerable in a free society. Freedom of expression does remain under threat in many parts of the world, as outlined in the 2024 Human Rights Report. Governments continue to use censorship, arbitrary or unlawful surveillance, and restrictive laws against disfavored voices, often on political or religious grounds. And no matter really how disagreeable someone's speech may be, criminalizing it or silencing it by force only serves as a catalyst for further hatred, suppression, and polarization. That's why.
Sure. Thanks for your response. Can I just pursue that, though? In the case of the UK in particular, and in the case of Germany, because of its history, incitement is considered something that's could be criminally liable. Does the United States see that as absolutely wrong? That for example, for the UK to say that this is a public safety issue, people might attack migrants because they falsely.
Well, again, as I've said at the start, I'm not going to go into the details of what is found or discussed in each of the country reports, and I'm going to leave it at that. All right. Yes, ma'am. There in the green. Thank you.
So Israel's
recently accused of killing Saifullah Mosallet just over a month ago, one of the dozens of Palestinian American Israel has illegally detained or killed. Mohammed Ibrahim is the most recent case, a Palestinian American teenager from Florida who now has scabies while in Israeli detention. Mohammed's family is in Palestine right now attempting to free him. What is the Trump administration doing to release him and other U.S. citizens from Israel's illegal detention?
Oh, thank you for that. I'm not, as we've had to say before, going into the details of actions we're taking diplomatically, what negotiations might exist. We certainly are aware of those reports, and there's really no higher concern for the State Department than the safety and well-being of American citizens. Saeed. Yes, Saeed, please. Saeed, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Tammy, and best of luck. And maybe you'll run into you in the stakeout outside.
I would be so lucky if I saw you again.
I'm going to be there.
I'm looking forward to it. I will get you on the Amtrak.
I will definitely be there, for sure.
Thank you, sir.
My question to you
Yes, sir.
regarding the aid. It's been since the 1st of August, since Envoy Witkoff went in to survey the situation and basically come up with some sort of a conclusion on the aid situation, how you allow more aid in. One, has he submitted yet an assessment on what should be done? And second, I think it was raised just a little while ago here, is there a consensus that the centers should be increased, considering that the 4 centers now came to replace 400 centers? So if you could share with us any new information on this, would appreciate it.
Well, I can tell you that Special Envoy Witkoff and Ambassador Huckabee, they spent hours inside Gaza to assess the situation, as you've noted. Witkoff and Huckabee saw firsthand the incredible and important work of the GHF, what they're doing to provide assistance to civilians. Again, I think we're close to 120 million. What's the new number for GHF? During the visit, both were briefed on the regrettable dynamic of UN assistance trucks getting looted upon entry into Gaza. Keep in mind, they went there. The president wanted a first-hand report of what was happening. We're all reliant on, and your work is always very good, mostly, about what's happening on the ground. But getting reports in directly from individuals was important to him. I can also tell you, which is I don't think reported in the news, civilians in Gaza thanked the United States for providing assistance to the GHF, which they receive at no cost, obviously. I think we presume that, but to confirm, at no cost, compared to the UN assistance, which, when it is not stolen or looted, is then subject, many of you might know, or perhaps you do, is subject to extortionary taxes by Hamas authorities. President Trump wants to alleviate the suffering of the people in Gaza at the hands of Hamas because he's a humanitarian. We're seeing this in him. Frankly, his commitment to the country exposes that to us as well. And he has committed to remaining involved and helping to facilitate the aid situation to build upon GHF's work and to help Gazans obtain the critical access to food and aid that they need. And I would say that it is GHF and the president and many others, including at this podium, calling for more people to participate in this process.
Just a quick follow-up, if you allow me. The White House said that they inherited this Gaza war from the Biden administration and so on, and that Hamas just refuses whatever suggestion that's been submitted to it. Is this an indication that the administration is actually pulling its hand out of and being involved in any future negotiations?
No, I think it's an indication of a transparent government that shares things with the American people and the world when it comes to their opinion. President Trump has been the best example of that. And then we're watching the nature of the choices they make. It's clear with Ambassador Huckabee and Special Envoy Witkoff, that visit, the nature of the president's continued remarks are remaining in play in that region when it comes to stopping the carnage, getting the ceasefire, ending all of this, enough to where people do begin to wonder, all right, what's next? Now, we're not going to wonder about that until the carnage ends, but the fact that for the first time in generations, people are asking, what is next? What can we do? Who will be in charge? How is that going to look? Now, we're not going to engage in that or answer it, but the fact that it can be asked tells you.
On your new job, I believe that your new role at UN will make America great again.
It will hopefully make the UN great again.
Thank you.
Yes,
Ahmad
it's a
Shahid,
great
journalist
institution.
From Azerbaijan. First of all,
Thank you.
as an Azerbaijani journalist, I want to sincerely thank the United States and its leader to all the efforts they have made to bring peace to the South Caucasus. On August 8 at the White House, the U.S. helped Azerbaijan and Armenia sign a historic peace agreement, and President Ilham Aliyev has even suggested that President Trump deserved the Nobel Peace Prize for his role in this achievement. Can you please share the State Department's view on this new peace situation in the South Caucasus? Because Russia and Iran have made statements showing they do not support this peace plan, and even some Iranian officials have said that they will try to stop this Trump corridor, Trump route. What will the United States do if Russia or Iran try to block or sabotage this new peace route?
Well, as you, I think, know, I'm not going to speculate on what we may or may not do with certain actions. The world knows to take President Trump seriously. This arrangement, this deal, is important to him. They were at the White House. This matters to this administration. It matters to the world. I can say that some people may not even know because it doesn't get coverage. These two neighbors have been in conflict for decades. I think it's over 35 years now, with countless lives lost and generations scarred. While many have tried, we have to say, the Europeans, the French, and Putin and even Biden, only President Trump was able to successfully bring this these two countries together to agree to this historic peace. So I think what the world committed to long-standing, durable peace between countries, regardless of how long the conflicts have lasted or the hostilities lasted. And that commitment, as we've also seen, he's a realist. It's based in diplomacy, but he'll do what he needs to do to make the most of being the President of the United States and stopping the wars. Yes, sir, in the pink.
Thank you, Ms. Bruce. Regarding the human rights report, for example, Israel has been reduced from last year to this year, 103 pages to 9, for Russia 101 to 41. And you've mentioned this readability, but some media outlets have claimed that this paints an inadequate picture for some of the countries. So how has the Human Rights Report maintained its mission to educate Americans and the rest of the world that they are getting an accurate picture of these nations?
Well, accuracy should not be considered a part of volume. You can have something very, very accurate and have it be in with fewer words and fewer pages. It's a matter of the nature of the commentary. This is also about the vision and the point of view, the America First philosophy for the President of the United States. So we went through this a bit with foreign aid. This idea that more foreign aid means more aid. We haven't seen that over the years. The more we give in foreign aid, the more the need increased. If more foreign aid meant it solved a problem, the need for foreign aid would go down. That was never the case. So this is, again, the nature of the suggestion that too much government, giant reports, money that goes out that we can't even really track, there's so much of it, is not a signal of success. It's a signal of some kind of waste, or at least something that can be done better. So it's, I would say, when it comes to judging this, it is a very good first experience, even though, again, it's reduced from the original report that the Biden administration had crafted. That, in my work, of course, also sometimes less is more, and I would say that that's the case here as well. All right, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Tammy. Two on Gaza, if I may. They're both related. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there hasn't yet been U.S. funds that have gone out to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
I can correct that right now.
Okay.
Over half of the pledged funds have been distributed.
So 15 million?
I can tell you.
So it was 30 million was pledged. So you're saying
That's correct.
Okay.
And I would also, though, as I think we've talked earlier, that we should get stuck in that, but the commitment the United States has made overall is certainly perhaps hundreds of millions of dollars. The nature of special envoys are diplomatic missions, the concentration of the secretary, of the president, of missions back and forth, the special envoys. So there's many moving parts of the commitment of this country, but in that particular instance, certainly tens of millions have been pledged, and we know that at least 50%, over half of that initial pledge has been dispersed.
It's gone out the door, essentially.
That is what I have been briefed on, yes.
And that's in the wake of Special Envoy Witkoff's visit to Gaza?
I can't tell you the timeline. It was not sudden in that sense. We've mentioned before, for those of you new to the room, is that while there's a pledge, which was important to note, there's still vetting that has to happen, right? Benchmarks have to be met. Dynamics that we look at, because part of the point of the Trump administration is, how is the money being spent? Is it being spent well? What is it accomplishing? Those benchmarks were in play here. So that started at the beginning. And what I can tell you right now at this moment, without telling you about a space of time, that's what we have dispersed.
And just one quickly, thank
Yeah.
you for that, and one quickly on ready-to-use therapeutic food, which is also known as RUTF. As you know, that's the food that is specialized and used to treat malnourished children. Your deputy, Tommy, had mentioned that the US is giving some $93 million to helping supply that therapeutic food to African countries and Haiti. He mentioned that last week. Is the US government doing anything to help the likes of UNICEF and or other aid organizations get more RUTF food into Gaza? Like UNICEF had said that RUTF food, they're able to get an answer from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation as to whether they even distribute that food for children who need it most in Gaza.
Well, I think the evidence of our structure working and having awards be distributed and announced for, in this case, a particular region, that 93 million, tells you that we are working on those aspects. As I mentioned when we first started the reform regarding our foreign aid, that we weren't getting out of the business of helping. That is at our core as Americans in this country. It's a matter of the efficiency of it and the value of it if it's getting to the people on the ground who need it. We've had problems with how much, when you have an award, actually gets to the people who need it. What is the percentage of that at the local area? So while I won't go into the details, of course, I think you know I won't, about other awards that are discussed or what discussions are being had with NGOs or any other nonprofits that are involved. The fact of the matter is this is a part of what it matters to the State Department. And as you know, we've had that one description of that one package of aid. And with everything happening in Gaza and our commitment to it, I look forward to seeing how else we're expanding our assistance there. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. On Gaza, Israel has been blocking foreign reporters from entering Gaza unless they are under Israeli military escort. Does the U.S. press Israel to allow foreign journalists, including American journalists, by the way, to enter Gaza?
Well, we're of course leaving that to the government of Israel. We are not going to tell them what to do or inform them how to handle the decisions they've made. Just as again a reminder that it is a war zone, and countries are going to make decisions about who they allow in and who they don't, and that's up to Israel.
And on the killing of Al Jazeera journalists came as Israel openly prepares to occupy Gaza City. Has the Trump administration given the Israeli government a green light for this widely condemned plan? Do you support or oppose?
Well, I would say you should contact the White House regarding their posture and what the president has said or not said in that regard. All right, yes, at the end there.
Question on the human rights report and then on Gaza. What would you, without getting into the specific reports for specific countries, what do you say to the perception that some of the watered down reports appear to be for countries that have worked closely with the Trump administration?
Well, I think that obviously President Trump is someone who's been working with a lot of countries. He's a man who's very active, as is the secretary. I would ask that people view this as an indication of our point of view in general, that there's no country that is singled out for condemnation or singled out for praise. It's the nature of the consistency of how our diplomats, how President Trump and Secretary Rubio view the nature of what's happening in those countries. It does look different. It is a different approach. Philosophically, the American people voted in an approach that Donald Trump had described to them, and this happens again with every administration during the transition year when it comes to what matters to them and how they're going to project their own point of view, while also still making sure that Americans see the nature of what's happening around the world, because it's an important issue. And obviously, again, through our actions, I think we've demonstrated more than perhaps the previous. We've demonstrated very clearly President Trump's commitment to a world of peace and humanitarian future where everyone can enjoy and look forward to the future.
And two more quick questions. The Secretary, when he was
I'll take
a senator,
one more, and then we'll move on here.
When he was a senator, he said in 2017 that for the first time in a long time, the report would not be presented by the Secretary of State, and he says, I hope they reconsider. Why isn't he now, as Secretary of State, presenting the report to us today?
Well, I think what I've discussed here in general is that he cares about this issue. We've seen him in his Senate career and even his career in Florida, and now as Secretary of State, committed to human rights every day. I think that certainly next year's report is going to be a much more distinctive and clear framework of what matters to the Trump administration. But when it comes to the kind of rollout or the nature of how we're presenting it, I'm here at the podium discussing it with you. It is released to the American public. It was released to what's known, for friends watching at home, our bullpen, which are reporters who cover state and work from this building, attached to a variety of different platforms in the country and around the world. So I think that Secretary Rubio's approach, his work, speaks for itself when it comes to his personal commitment to these issues.
Can I just one on Gaza quickly?
No, we are gonna move on, and let's go to Eric, and then I do have a statement I want to make. This is my last briefing, and I appreciate all of you being so interested in all the issues. Eric.
Yes, thank you, Tammy, for the question. Wanted to ask not to remove any suspense from your statement at the end of the briefing, but in terms of
keep going. Sorry.
The U.S. view on the United Nations, the role of the United Nations. We just last week passed the 180-day mark for the U.S. review of participation in international institutions. Mm-hmm. I assume that the announcement that you have for the end of the briefing will make clear that the U.S. is not at this moment withdrawing from the United Nations. What is the argument or the view for that the U.S. is putting forward at this point in the United Nations, in an America First world, the importance of the United Nations and the U.S. participation in it?
Well, I'm not going to speak directly to reports that have not been released regarding the review of international organizations from the State Department. But what I can tell you, and I think it is clear, is the President cares about NATO, he cares about the UN, he wants them to be as good as they can be. He wants NATO, as an example, to be the deterrent that it was meant to be. And you can only be a deterrent when you can respond to threats, as opposed to being an entity that gets involved in wars or helps people in wars. And that's, I think, the nature of what the President is focused on, about making America great again, the potential of this country. It's not a slogan. It's an action plan. And that's what he sees, the world, his commitment to the world, what he's doing on Friday, his commitment of his cabinet, of the secretary. It's clear what they care about. The United Nations is a part of that. And I'm honored to be mentioned in that context. But I have to say that the President's approach has been very clear about his caring for the country and how the world operates, and wanting everything to be the best it can be. And that is what his administration, I think, will stand for. If I could ask for that little end that I'm going to, there it is. We're going to close. We've been up here for almost an hour now. I have a few things to say, which involve all of you to some degree. Put down the hands. There we go. We're good. So you have no doubt seen President Trump's Truth Social post announcing his intention to nominate me as his deputy ambassador at the United Nations. His intention was a surprise, as was his request last Christmas asking me to become the spokesperson at the State Department. I was astounded then and remain deeply honored and grateful for the President's trust in me. This is especially moving as it allows me to continue serving the State Department, to which I'm now quite attached. I think that's maybe obvious to some of you, and our great country on the global stage at the United Nations. During my first press briefing, I promised you and the American people that my commitment would be always to speak directly and clearly about President Trump's America First foreign policy agenda and its implementation by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. With the help of the extraordinary men and women who serve the State Department, my team and I worked every day with that promise in mind, and it is a commitment that will continue to inform all of my work. As this remarkable chapter in my life continues, I want to take a moment to thank all of you in the bullpen, and also in this room in general, for your camaraderie, your banter, your professionalism, and yes, even the occasional haranguing, which normally is from the bullpen. Yes, I'm looking at you, Daphne. You've kept me sharp, grounded, and on more than a few occasions, laughing. The relationship between the spokesperson and the press is a unique one, and I'm grateful that I know all of you. I also want to thank Secretary Rubio for his faith in me and people I have mentioned often during these briefings, the men and women of the State Department. From day one, your expertise and deep sense of mission have shaped the way we engage the American people and the world. With your help, we made the daily press briefings relatable, enhancing transparency and giving the American people the foreign policy news and insight they deserve. In just 200 days, we've conducted over 200 interviews, provided daily press briefings every week, managed countless major announcements, and delivered department breaking news, sometimes right in this room, in real time. This success is a testament to your coordination, skill, and strategic work, and unshakable commitment to excellence. Foreign service officers, career officers, civil servants, and political appointees working together for this nation. I look forward to continuing to serve with you as well as support you from New York and beyond. Thank you, everyone. That's it for today. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And you get Tommy on Thursday. I'll be here for this week, but this is it. Thank you, everyone. It's been an honor and a pleasure.
lot of fluff, no puff. Sarah Wood.